burnt out restaurant, and I turned out all the lights in the restaurant, and I told her they're renovating this place because the kitchen burned, and I'm the employer's son, and I'm just living here because my dad doesn't like me because I do drugs. That's what I told her verbatim. And I thought about it for 2 days before I came up with the excuse to bring her to a burnt out restaurant. But when she got to my room, it was spick and spot, spick and span clean. There was a big enough bed to fuck on. There was a television. We could watch Netflix off my cell phone connection, and I could hide all those things from her. And I was very proud of it. And at that time, on the ads, I'd be like, I'm 350 pounds. I tell them, I'm like, I'm 350 pounds, and I'm looking for anybody who will sleep with somebody like that. I'd be honest about it. I'd be like, I'm 350 pounds, but I'm stocky, not fat, which was true. And it still is. And I actually got somebody. I actually landed it. It was insane. The girl was like, "This is crazy." And she knew it was crazy when she went into the burnt out restaurant. But I was just like honest, and well, I wasn't honest. I said, my father owns this place, and I'm just here because I'm a loser who does drugs, and my father doesn't like me, and I don't, I crashed out of the basement, so here I am living in my father's burnt out restaurant while they wait for the renovation to start. That's what I said. I met her out front, and it was just insane. And she followed me in there, and I could have been a serial killer or something like that, but I wasn't. I'm not like that, and they can tell from me talking to them out there on the sidewalk that I'm not like that. I'm like, hi, and they're like, hey. And it's like, I'm how are you doing, etc. And I just start open a conversation. I tell them who I am and all this, and they can look at me and they can see that I'm not that unattractive. I'm just usually overweight because I play too many video games, or I'm too lazy, or whatever it is. And they're fat themselves often. That girl was fat. She was like, I don't know, 280 pounds something, and I was about 70 pounds fatter than her, but it was fun to fuck her. It was insane. And when we got up to the room, she was like, "You're living here because your father doesn't like that you're doing drugs." And I was like, "Yeah." I just didn't lie. I was like, "Yeah," which was the truth. I was living there because I was a meth addict at the time. And she's like, "What drug do you like?" And I was like, "I'm sorry, I suppose this might ruin this, but I just, I like methamphetamine." And she was like, "You like methamphetamine?" And I was like, "Yeah, I like methamphetamine, but I don't do it a lot. I'm high maybe 2 or 3 times a month. I don't really do it a lot because it ruins your life." And she was like, "Yeah." And she was like, "Do you have any?" And I was like, "Yes." And she was like, "Will you get me high?" And I was like, "Have you ever done it before?" And she was like, "Yes." And I was like, "Okay, yes, I will." If she had said no, I would have been like, "No." And then I got her high and fucked her in the ass for 7 hours in the burnt out restaurant. And that was her idea. And my thing is I shouldn't have been able to sleep with her in a burnt out restaurant. I shouldn't have been able to do that when I was 350 pounds. I shouldn't have been able to get her high and fuck her for 7 hours until the dawn. I shouldn't be able to do all that stuff. I shouldn't be able to do it when I was homeless. I was homeless. I shouldn't be. I didn't have any money. I didn't have any drugs really. I had like $30 worth of speed, and I smoked it with her. It was insane. And then I fucked her for 7 hours. It was just insane. But you'd be surprised how far honesty or close to honesty. I made a lie about my father owns the restaurant. It wasn't my father. But that's the only lie I told her. I mean, that's it. But I mean, it was a necessary lie. It was the lie that I'm not squatting. I belong here. And that was a necessary lie to make that whole shebang work. So I told the one necessary lie that needed to be told, which was that I belonged there and I wasn't breaking the law. And then once that was out of the way, I didn't tell her another lie. I was honest about everything that I was. And I did great, no problem. And that was like the 36th woman I've slept with or something like that. It was just insane. And so that's my thing about sapiosexual. She only did that because I had personality. I was able to get her to overlook my body, overlook my financial situation that I was homeless, my drug situation that I was a meth addict, all this other stuff. I got her to experiment. She's like, "I've not been high in 17 years, but you should do it with me and make it an experience." She was like, "I'll never be able to do this again." And she was like, "Make an experience for me." And I was like, "Really? It's kind of insane to smoke meth with somebody. Are you sure?" And she was like, "Yeah, I want you to get me high and fuck me all night." And I was like, sounds great to me. You know, I'm not arguing with you, but I mean, do you do this ever? And she's like, yeah, I've done this a couple of times in my life. And she was like, I've done this before. And I was like, okay. I don't need to show you how to smoke or anything like that. And she was like, no, I've smoked a meth pipe before. No problem. And I was like, okay, well, here you go. Here's an old cracky, completely black from tar, fucked up meth pipe. I'm going to clean it for you. Give me like 3 minutes here. And I took a fucking, a fucking Brillo pad and I just wiped off the fucking, the fucking meth, not the Brillo pad, but just some pad, and I fucking wiped off the meth pipe the best that I could, because I kept, one of the things you could say about Skycatlive is I keep dirty meth pipes, because I use lighters as opposed to torches most of the time, because I'm so poor I can't buy a torch usually. So the pipes that I have are always pitch black because I burned them pitch black with my fucking lighters and stuff. So I had to spend 5 minutes cleaning the pipe before I could even hand it to her to make it look like it was a normal drug apparatus. When I pulled it out, it looked like I was asking her to smoke like something that Satan made, like a burnt out meth pipe with covered in black tar, black, well, not black tar, black lighter ash, like lighter ash from burning the pipe so much that it was just black. And I didn't care because I never shared a meth pipe with anybody unless I was with somebody, with some girl. So, I mean, I kept black meth pipes, and when people see them, they're like, gross, it's pitch black. Most meth pipes are white. Why is yours black? And then that was the response I would get. Oh, I don't know. I don't care. I don't share it with anybody, so I just don't clean it. And so I had to clean the pipe for like 5 minutes, and then she was like, okay, remind me. And I'm like, yeah, just run the lighter underneath. It's not fucking hard. And she was like, okay. And then she was like, and then we proceeded to fuck for 7 hours, and some of it was anal too. It was insane, and that was her idea, which is just crazy. And I had experiences like this like 15 or 20 times, and that stuff is because of my personality. I wasn't physically fit to fuck her. I wasn't financially fit to fuck her. I wasn't socially fit to fuck her. She was married. She told me that, and I was like, "You don't care?" And she was like, "No, I haven't slept with my husband in like 2.5 years, and I don't like him." And I was like, I don't care. Am I ever gonna meet him?" And she was like, "No, I don't know your name. Do you know mine?" And I was like, "No." And she was like, "Well, then how is he ever gonna find you?" And I was like, "I don't know. I don't care. I don't care." And she's not the only woman who's told me a story like that either. I've slept with some married women, like 5 of them, and they say, I haven't slept with my husband in 2 to 4, the worst one I think was 5 years. She said 5 years. She was like, I haven't slept with my husband in 5 years, and that's why I answered your ad. It's because I need physical affection in my life. And I was like, I'll fuck you all night. I don't care. I'll kiss you all night. I don't care. Yeah, I'll give you affection all night. I don't care. But it's just insane. So I kind of used to be kind of a scumbag on Craigslist. You got a lot of play for a little bit. And I was only able to do this through my personality. You have to meet them. You have to not scare them. You have to make them laugh or something and get them on your side and make them feel like you might actually have something in common or something like that. You have to make them feel safe, even in a burnt out restaurant with a homeless person. You still have to make them feel safe. And I do this. It's not that hard because I've never harmed anybody. And, and so it's like not hard. I don't have to tell them this. I don't have to say I've never harmed anybody. I just know in my heart. I can show that. I can show them on my face. I've never physically harmed anybody. So there's no fear. There's no fear in my heart. There's no fear about losing control or something like that. I don't have any like mean, like physically harmful feelings. I just don't have those. I never have. I've just never wanted to harm somebody. Really, it's just fucking crazy. But it's just in my personality, I guess. But and so that I wear that on my shoulder, my sleeve, because I'm this huge 280 to 380 pound man who's built like a bouncer, who shows up like the Jolly Green Giant, 6'3", and intimidates everybody in the fucking room like fucking Andre the Giant or whatever. Because I am almost always twice the size of anybody else in the fucking room. It's so fucking annoying. It doesn't come across on the stream that well on this camera, but it is true. I'm like twice the size of anybody. I've been twice the size of anybody I've ever been in a room with. I can't think of any. There was one guy I met who was bigger than me, and he actually broke my ribs, and I had to submit to a citizen's arrest because I was trying to find my cat in his house and I caught a trespassing charge, which was busted down to a theft charge. But that guy was bigger than me. He was like 340 pounds or something like that, 300 pounds at least. And he was bigger than me. He was like 6'5", and when he sat on me, he broke my ribs because he was like the same size as me. He wasn't the same size as me. He was bigger, slightly bigger, but not much bigger. But this, if a same size man sits on me, my ribs break because it's just, fuck, it's too much weight. It's like 400 pounds. So that guy was bigger than me, but he's the only man in recent memory that I can think of. And I go to like public places like Trader Joe's and Winco and fucking Safeway, fucking Baker's, or what's it called, Fred Meyer, or Trader Joe's or Walgreens or Costco and stuff. And I'm in public places all the fucking time. And one of the things I notice is I never ever see anybody who's as big as me. I just don't see it. Now, I'm not big in a bad way, like fat. I'm just big. And 6'3" is not that tall, but it is when you're 300 pounds. Yeah, it is. It's big. It's bigger than anybody else. And so one of the things I think about all the time is I wish I saw other huge people like me. It's not like I'm fat, really. I'm just fucking big, like big. And I don't, I wish I saw other people like that. Now, I'm tall, and that's another thing that works in my favor with women. But yeah, so in my opinion, most men are trying to sleep with loose women. If most men just tried to be the man that sapiosexuals are looking for, they would get a lot more play from even from women who wouldn't normally sleep with a man like you. And so I see all these men trying to be pickup artists like Neil Gaiman from Rolling Stone or whatever. That the movie Almost Famous. That guy Neil, the guy in Almost Famous, that young redhead kid who went to go like travel around and follows Clearwater or whatever it was, Stillwater or whatever the name of their band was. That's Neil Gaiman. He's famous for writing the most famous pickup artist novel of all. Or sorry, like it's an instructional guide. It's like an instructional guide on how to sleep with the most women that you possibly can. And this guy turned out to be the progenitor for the red pill movement. He's like the guy who wrote it, Neil Gaiman, that kid in Almost Famous. And I mean that too. You think I'm kidding, but no. Neil Gaiman, the guy in Almost Famous, the young redhead kid who wants to interview all the bands, but he's too young and he has all these Rolling Stone friends. That guy grew up, and between him and Steve Bannon, they created the Trumper rights. They created all of the red pill toxicity. They created the incel thing, because when all the boys tried to learn how to be pickup artists from Neil Gaiman by reading his book, they also began to realize that they were never going to get laid because they're like these fucking socially regressed right-wing nerds. And so they became the incel culture. He also split the culture between people that could actually successfully land pickup lines on 100 girls until one of them sleeps with you. Those guys get laid. If you are capable of hitting on 100 women in some blind date match off or something, you are going to get a yes because you're persistent, right? And that's how Neil Gaiman got laid thousands of times. That's his lesson. I know because my best friend read his thing and taught me his thing. He was like, if you tap on 100 shoulders, statistically one of them will say yes. And that is the truth to being a pickup artist, is you need to fire off 100 questions to expect a one single affirmative answer. But that's how you sleep with thousands of women. And that's how I slept with 40 women. I just asked thousands of women if they would sleep with me, and occasionally you get a yes. So it doesn't matter who they are, what they look like, or whatever it is. I've slept with a one-legged woman. I slept with a one-legged prostitute. My first kiss was with a one-legged girl. I don't care about disability. I don't care if they're fat. I've slept with like 15 fat women. I don't care what race they are. I've slept with 2 black women, 2 Asian women, a Japanese woman, and a fucking Indian woman. And I'm proud of that stuff, because I think most white men won't actually do that. And they say they will, but when it comes down to it, they won't. They won't. They're like these Christo fascists who are pro Caucasian, and they can't actually do it when it comes down to it. Now, so And so yeah, and it's weird, and that's, and so yeah, and I think about it all the time. The red pill thing, it's actually just a pickup artist scam from Neil Gaiman. Is not Neil Gaiman, is Neil something or another. I forget the name of the pickup artist guy, but his name is Neil Strauss or something. Is it Neil Strauss? I think it's Neil Strauss, right? Who's the guy named Neil? Who's the guy named Neil who wrote the pickup artist book that ended up being the architecture for the red pill movement? What's his name? It's Neil. Is it Neil Strauss? He was the star of Almost Famous, right? What's the name of the actual guy? Neil Strauss. I'm sorry, it is Neil Strauss. He wrote The Game, Penetrating the Secret Society of Pickup Artists, which teaches men to query to looks max and then query 100 women once your looks maxed, and you'll get a yes, and that's how you stop being an incel, right? That's who Neil Strauss is. He made $1 billion with it. He met Steve Bannon and Donald Trump and all these shithead right wingers and stuff, and Charlie Kirk and all this stuff, and he built the red pill movement. He started the stuff that the Romanian sex trafficker guy, Andrew Tate, right? Neil Strauss wrote the Andrew Tate book, and Andrew Tate got all of his guidance from this book, The Game, Penetrating the Secret Society of Pickup Artists. This is the birth of the current alt-right. It's actually Neil Strauss in The Game. Oh, I'm sorry, it's fictionalized Cameron Crowe. I'm sorry, Cameron Crowe is a different person. I'm sorry about that. Oh, I always thought they were the same person. No, but oh yeah, I'm sorry. No, Neil Strauss. Neil Strauss is kind of similar to Cameron Crowe, but they're not the same person. I always get this mixed up. I'm sorry, they're not though. Oh, I'm sorry. So no, well, Strauss was a prolific music journalist and contributing editor for Rolling Stone. We always thought that the guy in Almost Famous was Neil Strauss, but it's actually not. It was a much more famous dude named Cameron Crowe, and Cameron Crowe is a name I know a lot better than Neil Strauss. Neil Strauss was a prolific music journalist and contributing editor for Rolling Stone and the New York Times, interviewing everyone from Kurt Cobain to Marilyn Manson before he left that world to embed himself with the pickup artist community, and he built the red pill movement, and Andrew Tate launched it into the fucking stratosphere, and now we've got the alt-right Nazi piece of shit fucking cocksucker ass toxic masculinity alt-right red pill pipeline. And that's all these shitheads. It's their fucking fault. The pickup artist assholes that believe in abusing women and asking 100 women to sleep with you and then cheating on your girlfriend or your wife with the woman that said yes to you. That is who the Neil Strauss and all these red pill shithead moron right wing alt right cocksuckers are. That's actually who they are. That's the core of their movement. I can't stand them. A bunch of video game players are like them. They're like these incel culture people who had to go conquer that side of their personality and stuff. So they often quit video games. They often look smacks. They often try to go build a farm or a job or something like that. Dwight from The Office is the perfect rendition of these guys. They're all successful men with good jobs who have farms, they're beet farmers and stuff like this, but they don't do well with women, and often they have to meet them at their church or something because they're Christo fascists, and that's Neil Strauss, right? And I mean that's who these people are. Know your alt right pipeline. If you don't know, my problem is I know all this stuff because my best friend fell down the alt right pipeline, but he's also the most leftist person I've ever met besides myself. He actually really is. He believes in open drinking, I think open borders. I don't know, maybe not. But he believes in open drugs, open love. He runs a temple. He believes in meditation, like kind of like the Maharishi or whatever, or the Bhagwan, right? He's kind of like that. He believes in meditation being the cure for all of societal woes, and so he is as leftist as he is rightist. But the problem is, my best friend, he fell down the game pipeline, excuse me, that Neil Strauss opened up, and he ended up being alt right, and he ended up buying 25 firearms, and he ended up being a kind of what do they call it, uh, like Ron Swanson from Parks and Recs, he ended up being a libertarian, and that stuff's all because of Neil Strauss. It's not so good. I should stop tapping my $160 monitor. It's too expensive to be doing stuff like that. But anyways, so there we go. Oh, is it dinner time, kitty? Yeah, it is. Let's feed the kitty. I gotta go feed the kitty. I'm sorry about that. So, anyways, this is my talk about sex and love in the modern age and what pickup artists are and what actual success is when you want to sleep with a lot of women. It's not Neil Strauss and hitting on 100 women and getting a yes and catching an STD from some loose woman or whatever. It's not that bullshit. It's not treating women like garbage or toxic masculinity or anything like that. I'm going to enlighten you with what it actually is. If you want to sleep with a lot of women, you have to have a personality that they find more attractive than your body. If you can make them laugh and you can be this personality that they appreciate, they will sleep with you. I've tested it over and over and over again, and it is the actual way to honestly and shamelessly sleep with a lot of women and not be judged by your friends, not be judged by the women themselves or any of this other stuff. You just come across as an interesting personality and you get them in the sack the old-fashioned authentic way, which is seducing them with your personality or the setup or whatever it is. It's actually taking the shot. It's not taking 100 shots and hitting the side of a barn like Neil Strauss said, right? And get it right. Like, and honestly, people like Andrew Tate and all the other right-wing shithead fucking sex trafficker fucking assholes that comprises the fucking toxic male red-pilled movement that's destroying the world, all the Aiden Rosses of the fucking world and all this, the truth is they all believe in pickup lines being the domination factor to keep women under their thumbs and all this stuff. But in reality, they all get busted for sex trafficking. They all get dissed by women to the point where none of them will even sleep with them, and they all end up being that loser that they despise most. All of these guys end up being like that, which is insane. Now they're successful for like 10 years and they sleep with a lot of women, but it doesn't last. When the women realize that they're these toxic shitheads like Andrew Tate, often there's rape charges, often there's like things leveled against them, there's like sex trafficking charges and stuff like this. And these men, they did not lead a generation of alt-right fucking morons down a very good pipeline. The pipeline itself is set up to get you STDs. It'll turn you into a cheater, and you end up being unfaithful to your spouse or significant other and stuff. It'll end you up being way cockier than you actually are. So you end up running this persona all the time that isn't actually you, and you lose friends doing it and stuff. I don't really advise like, if you want to get laid and you're an incel and you want to do it, go ask 100 women and you're going to get a yes, right? That is a valid strategy. It will work. It sucks, but it's true. I've even done it, right? But if you just appeal to each woman on a personality level, you could just sleep with each woman. It's just the truth. If you can actually appeal to any woman and get her to laugh and get her to be kind of sympathetic with you and be like, hint, 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 we could have some fun. It might be fun, you know? And all this, you can get it without asking 100 women, disgracing yourself, catching an STD, and falling down the alt-right pipeline and becoming the literal grist in Donald Trump's mill. And this is the truth about sex. This is the truth about dating. You should be looking for women who are sapiosexuals. They don't care what you look like. And it's more common than it is for, okay, women who are sapiosexual, they're actually more common than women who differentiate on looks. It happens. Women differentiate on looks just like men do. And they have standards. They do. But it's way more common to meet a sapiosexual woman than it is a woman who differentiates off looks. It actually is far more common. I really believe this. I swear to God, I know it as I do the sun will rise tomorrow. Sapiosexual women are more common than women who differentiate on looks. It's actually very common. This is like a secret. And it is a secret. It's a word that most men won't even know. They won't know what sapiosexual means, but it means, while it strictly means attraction to intelligence, it is often a word people use when they mean, I don't care about looks. I am attracted to the power of their mind, their wit, and how they carry themselves in a conversation. It's Riz. Riz is the path to sleeping with a lot of women, being sexually successful or whatever, right? And not being some loser ass right wing alt right pipeline fucking loser. And now for the last message that I wish to fucking pass on, which is that these women, they are our sisters, our daughters, our mothers. They're not related to you, but they are your cousins. They are the women in your community. You must always treat them with respect, no matter what. And if you do that, and you find a sapiosexual woman, you'd be surprised how often a 5 like me can sleep with a 10. That's all I have to say about this. Time to play some Fortnite and drink. I don't know, am I safe in Rust? Yeah, I'm safe. I don't think anything... I'll go in one more time, just to make sure I'm safe and there's no problems or anything. But I'm going to go play some Fortnite now. And that's my thing about sex is these Aiden Ross types, these fucking alt-right pipelines, the Star Citizen boys and the fucking Milsim boys on Rust and the CSGO 2 people, all the toxic masculinity crowds that are competitive and sweaty, thirsty-ass men. They all believe that it's some kind of, I don't know, what, like domination game or something. I don't know what it is with them. I can't really label what it is they believe about gender politics. I really don't know. But if you just have Riz and you have personality and charisma and you be yourself and you make them laugh and you can use your personality to get in their pants, it's a much better key to that locked door than asking 100 women if they'll sleep with you. And asking 100 women if they'll sleep with you is why Donald Trump became president. It sucks, but it is true. The video game community escalated the alt-right pipeline and put Donald Trump in power, and now we have nothing but war and poverty and fucking sorrow. The alt-right pipeline isn't good. And also, women, most women, and this is something that alt-right men are going to argue all day long, and they're going to be like, you're full of shit. But it's true. Most women will not tolerate the alt-right pipeline. They're just scared of it. They're just, oh, there's an angry man. You know, now liberals women will tolerate, but angry right-wing men, they don't do so well. You might think that I think they tell themselves that because they're blustery and loud and angry and challenging police or challenging the other people in their community or fighting at the little league game, and I thought this was America. Shit. They think that's attracted to women, but no, it's actually being Luke Skywalker and just being cool all the time and never losing your cool and fighting the battles that are necessary, but not being loud about it and not being fucking overly dramatic about it and not being performative is the word. And performative is the core and center of the alt-right pipeline, is performative males. Men that want to show you an image of what they want to be, a performative image, not the reality. You know what I'm saying? Now, I haven't been laid now in, I don't know, 3.5 years, 4 years, 4.5 years, I think it is. 4.5 years, almost 5 years. It makes me a loser, doesn't it? But I've also slept with like 37 women. I don't know if you could call me a loser. It's more like I'm taking a, taking a break there because I'm middle-aged and I'm a loser and I have no money and I'm not looking to get married right now because it would ruin my career. So so I'm a loser, and you can even call me an incel. I haven't had sex in 4.5 years. Isn't that incel or whatever? But because I have Riz, because I have personality, because I have slept with 37 fucking women, I just don't sweat it. I don't worry. I know the women exist. The women know that they exist. My friends know that they exist. They've met them. But it's like, So you just don't doubt yourself, right? And with that comes the riz to crack most locks. When you're just like, I don't have a story. I'm sorry, I don't have game. Just some women understand my story. That's a Nas quote, and it really did change my life. I don't have any game. I just know that some women will understand my story. And occasionally, you might not think it's true, but even if you're a fat, swarmy nerd with glasses and you're young and you're kind of a loser, which I used to be, that is some girl's type. That's another secret that Neil Strauss won't tell you. Is it's not that you should knock on 100 doors, it's that you should meet 100 people, and one of those people, you're going to be their type. You'd be surprised. Who goes for waspy, fat white kids who have glasses and pimples, who are young and losers, right? There is girls who like that. There is women on the planet who like that. There's men on the planet who like it. Trust me, it's out there. That thing that they say that there's always another fish, or there's plenty of fish. There's even a fucking dating app for sex called Plenty of Fish, which is this idea that no matter what, there is somebody that you are their type, and if you try, you can meet them. That's the other thing that the alt-right pipeline doesn't want you to hear. They want you to hear, get married, stay married, don't be unfaithful, but ask 100 women if you do want to get laid. And it's not really a good plan. And it doesn't lead to good practices. Good practice is having enough personality and riz to talk the woman into sleeping with you. If you can't do that, then don't try to sleep with women. You know? And I'm not a pickup artist either. I'm really not. I use internet ads and fucking what's it called? Tinder. I use like Tinder and internet ads to sleep to attain casual sex. You know, so it's not like I go ask 100 women. I put an ad up. You'd be surprised how effective that is. If you say, I'm safe, I'm sane, I have no STDs, I'm slightly chubby, overweight, but I'm not unattractive, you can see from the picture. I have a good heart, I have a good soul, I own my own home, and I am employed, and I'm in gainful employment, and I have a good life. And that's the ad I used to leave. You'd be surprised how well shit like that works. Now, the people that respond might not be women that immediately seem as sexually attractive to you, but if you respond to them, they will make themselves sexually attractive to you, even if they're overweight. Women are good at being attractive, even if they're overweight. It doesn't matter. They're good at it. So if they want to, they'll land you. They'll come seduce you if they want you. If they're of a mind to, they will dress themselves up and they will make themselves smell good and look good in some way or form, and they will seduce you, right? So, or not seduce you, but they will engage with you. And you do have to have an open mind too. I think another problem about all this is there's like all these standards that men have that I'm not so sure are good. You know. It's unfortunate. I've got them. I've always fell in love with truly drop dead gorgeous women, almost always. And I'm just not drop dead gorgeous, not like them. I can be attractive in my life. I'll admit it. Or I admit that I can be ugly too. But I'm not super attractive like the 10s that I tend to pursue. And that's weird. So how do you make up for that? Personality, it's right up here, like Daniel-san from Karate Kid. Learn to use what is up here before you use this, or whatever. You learn to use what's here before using what's here. Learn to use your brain before you use your fist. Learn to use your heart before you use your mouth, and and etc. And that's that is good dating advice. If you have no riz, then you should also have some sort of brag, like I own my own home, or that's the best brag. I own my own home. Or besides that, say I'm a lead singer. I am a content creator. I'm a rapper. Or I run Magic the Gathering tourneys, or I'm some kind of card store guy, or I'm the guy that does your taxes or whatever. Have something that makes you better than some of the other men in their lives. And that's the other secret too, is you do have to be palatable. You do need to have some reason to. Now, I've been killed by a scientist? How did I get killed by a scientist at Harbor? Well, at least I have a spawn. I don't know if my loot's still there, which is really, really bad because I've been out for like 35 minutes, but we'll go see. That sucks. I should not have died. Oh, cargo. Yeah, cargo killed me. Son of a bitch. So I'm glad I logged in because I am going to lose a set and a bunch of loot. I should feed the kitty. But I have to get my loot. Cargo came while I was AFK and killed me. It's just so stupid. Why would they even shoot me if I'm logged out? That's fucking stupid. I guess it's like some protection for monuments, I guess, for AFK people or whatever. But I don't like it. I'm not there, I can't respond. It's unfair. That's developers for you. Oh no, don't kill me. No, don't hit me even. How do I get this body? Oh god, I don't think I can. I don't know. I was at the recycler. They're going to kill me. Not good. Oh, don't kill me. Where's the body? It's like right there. Another shot, I'm dead. What? How? I better just try. No! I need cover. Oh, you fucking asshole. At least I'm a little bit closer to cover, which is good. See how much time this stuff steals? It's so annoying. I could kill the guy shooting at me, maybe, if I can get the guns off the ground. That's a suitable thing. At least most of the loot's off the ground again, so I now have like another half an hour timer to get it off the ground. I did not intend on playing more Rust tonight. So annoying. Whatever. Let's go put something on because this is boring.
Or not, Rosie and Mackenzie are doing some sort of big cover.
I've dated girls this beautiful, and it is an exercise in beating off men. All the men that come with these pretty girls, they're not worth being around. And I have battled them before. It's so fucking annoying. So I think of it as like a liability about dating women this beautiful. All the competition.
Up. And just a lot of
every scrub in her life lines up. And they're all competition to you. And they don't value you, so they don't protect your interests or anything like that. They'll fuck you up for no reason. They're not fun to deal with. They're often way more of a loser than you. Not always, but you know, it does happen. And I don't know, it's just like it's not that fun. And now I'm not that fond of it anymore. I think I think my standards have lowered because I'm not that fond of like being. Give me cover. Can I do this? Oh, I'm out. I'm out where I can be shot. No. Don't kill me. I need to recover. No. That one sucks. I can't believe you did that. No. No. I need cover. I can recover. Where is this asshole? So I can sit here and I run up bandages to get health up high enough to actually loot all the stuff off the ground. And I will be able to get it out of here. Or cargo will leave, one or the other. I can maybe take out the guy that's shooting at me, and that might be possible. But I will need help before I try and do that. And of course the sun is setting. Thank God I got my miner's helmet on. There, I can probably continue to try and loot. Yep, more. Stop. Now I want to shoot them, because I think there's more loot by the recycler. And there's loot in the recycler. But maybe I can get a full. Oh, I've got fuel in the... Also, I've got fuel in the crew refiner. I forgot about that. Ooh, some armor will help a little bit. Not much, but at least some. Keep bandaging. I'm low. Oh, where are you? Where are you? How are you hitting me like this? Oh, there you are. There you are. I can kill him. Yeah. I'll kill him. Let's try and kill him. There we go. You shooting me anymore? Nope. Very good. Now pull this stuff. Ooh, 900 scrap. That's good. That's good. And all the original stuff. So good. We got the recovery, which is good. Get the fuck out of here before I die again. Yeah. MP5. I could board this and do cargo, I suppose. It is something I could do, but I don't really have the meds. The bandages might not be enough. Okay, I can log off Rust now. I just gotta get home. Got everything I set out to... Oh, no, I didn't. I have to... Oh, no, I don't have my green card anymore. Oh, I don't have my green card anymore. No, I'm missing loot. Oh, no, I do. I have my green card. Never mind, no. We okay. Yeah, everything that was there is there. I do have everything, yeah. I was good. It's leaving. I wish I had done the green card before I logged AFK, because then now I would have had all 5 of my blueprint fragments, but I don't. But let's go run this. This is the best green card in the game. Harbor. It's so easy. Okay, so this was not good, but how about, bigger stuff, yep, and then just make me enough to pull that shit, yeah. So, oh, nice. Respawn. I wish I had pulled another blueprint frag out of just the box. That would have been cool, but let's dump stuff. There we go. Take this stuff out. 5 fuses is good. That's a lot of scrap. It's a light that doesn't work. Alright, so sun is setting. We're done with this. Oh no, I'm not done. I need to go pull my fuel out of the boiler. I probably lost 5,000 wood, which sucks. But it was very easy to get, so... Maybe the red barrels have spawned. I shouldn't waste bullets. I don't really have them. No, it's still burning. I can hear it. Ooh, 1,400 fuel. Not bad. And I didn't lose that much wood either. I love not being harassed. It makes Rust like my main again. I'm going to make this my main again. I don't want to identify to the Rust community because I don't do PvP anymore because of the harassment all day. It's killed my desire to do PvP in this game. It's almost always, like, weighed against you. Like, it's stacked against you. I hate PvP in this game. I'll go from winning Fortnite and Overwatch to getting killed in every fucking fight that I ever have in Rust, and it drives me fucking crazy. It's because I'm bad, but it's also because the fucking odds are stacked against you in almost every fight. It's so annoying. These kids, they don't take fights unless they have some advantage. It's true. It's some truism about their personality. They will not fuck with you unless they have an absolute way to shut you out. And so when the PvP comes, you can't win it. You can't win it. They got some cheat or some ESP or friends or a Balti or something to just turn the odds out of your favor and kill you. So when you see somebody in this game, I hate it. I fucking hate seeing somebody in this game because it's just like, I know I'm going to lose to this guy. I wouldn't lose to him in Fortnite. I wouldn't lose to him in Overwatch. But I lose to him in this game for some reason because they just don't take fights in a survival game unless they know they can win. And I hate this about them. I'm repeating myself over and over again, I guess. But I do. I really hate them. Like most of the time, it's a dishonorable push when they show up. And you're just like, wow, this was not fun to meet you, and I wish you had just left me alone. And often, they don't need your loot. They don't need your loot. They're not desperate for it. Sometimes at the start of the wipe, it's like that, but most oftentimes, when they kill you, they almost never actually need your loot. And that's the other thing I really don't like about it, is they'll kill you just because they saw you. But in Eve, they only kill you if there's something to benefit, really. No, I mean, well, yeah, no, they don't. They don't kill you in high sec anyways, unless there's something to benefit from. They will let you pass by, even though they want to kill you. And they can open fire and kill you, but the cops will kill them. They let you pass by because there's no real monetary gain in them fucking with you in high sec. But in Rust, they just kill you if they see you. It's a kill on sight game. It's something I really don't like. You know, it's about the game. It didn't used to be this way either. You used to kind of usually talk first. Now it's a KOS game. If you're seeing somebody, you're already in a fight. You just don't know it until the shots are fired. And that's how PvP games should be. But I don't know though. After years of it, I've grown weary and tired of it. Like, you should be able to relax, like I'm doing on this server, if you don't want harassment. Like, pacifist mode should have been a thing. That's weird. Did I burn all the sulfur I had? That doesn't seem right. Did I pull the sulfur? There's no way I cooked all that sulfur and all that metal. What happened to it? What? That was odd. Okay, I don't know. I guess, I don't know. Just gone, I guess. I did not cook all that sulfur. It's just gone. It's not here. I don't know. I'm done with this game for tonight because it's like, you know, I don't have to do anything but run another green card and then I can leave harbor and go to airfield. Where is airfield on this server? Oh yeah, right in the center. And I need to go to Bandit Camp to get one of the nice things is I can go and get a mini heli from Bandit Camp tomorrow and fly to airfield, run blue card, and bring the blueprint fragment back to the boat parked at probably here. The closest thing to this.
Questions.
Oops, sorry. So, yeah, and I'll park my boat probably like right here, and I will go east to Bandit Camp with flippers, and I'll buy a mini heli and I'll fly it back to the boat. I'll gear up and I'll come to the airfield. I'll run blue card and I'll fly back to the boat. and I'll continue to run blue card back and forth each day with 750 scrap investment, mini helis. And that's my strategy for getting my T3 solo.
Like, why did Rosie refuse to talk to the police, but then she went ahead and did a Netflix
T3
doc?
is required. You need it, and it's so fucking annoying. But and I don't mind it though. It's not a grind that bothers me. But you do need a strategy for getting one, which means running blue card. And blue card is not that easy. You have to kill 7. It's easy, but it's like you have to kill, especially in PvP servers. It's not easy. You have to kill 7 scientists, I think it is, or 5 scientists or something. And getting the loot out is annoying because there's more loot in the room that you can carry. And it's kind of annoying to get in there. You got to do a fuse puzzle, and you got to run across the tarmac at airfield. And it is like 2 days worth of content or something, or at least like you have to do 5 runs at a half an hour each. So what's that? That's like sitting there for, if you do it consecutive and you only do that, you can probably get it over in like 3 hours. But if you're lazy and multitasker like me, it takes like 16 hours over 2 days to actually get 5 blue card runs done, unless you're only focusing on that and you built a base right outside airfield and you live there and you're running on foot to the blue card puzzle room. It's a big pain in the ass and fuel to travel to airfield and all this, but airfield is my favorite blue card puzzle because it's just like it's impossible to forget the puzzle. You just run the fuse, you cross the tarmac, you drop down the ladder, you go into the green card puzzle, you swipe, you clear the scientists, you go to the blue card room, you swipe the blue card without even running a fuse, I don't think it is, and then you're into the red card room where you can pick up a red card and an advanced blueprint fragment, which is what I'm after. And you have to have a strategy for this. You got to go to either train yard, or I think there's a blue card in mill tons. There's a blue card in airfield. There's a blue card in, what's the other one? It's train yard, and water treatment has a blue card. Or no, I'm thinking of power station. Power station has a blue card. Power station is technically almost the best monument a solo can run because it has green, blue, and red. All they're complicated to learn, but once you've learned them, the fuse puzzle is not that bad. You have to cross the entirety of power station, but I mean, you can go from green card room to blue card room to red card room. And I don't like running monuments, but you do need to do so to get a tier 3. And so, it's good to know all this stuff. If you don't know it, you don't move that fast in Rust. It's one of the reasons why people get the word we use for it is prim locked. Is one of the things. Ooh, look, everything seems damaged for some reason. Let's see if I need to repair the ship. And so if you don't have a strategy, you won't even reach T3 unless you raid somebody to steal their T3, which is what most PvPers do, frankly. Why is this tier 1 workbench damaged? It shouldn't have been in the first place. Maybe I picked it up. This should not have been this damaged. It's almost like somebody hit it. But I don't know. Oh, there's my sulfur again. I guess I was just opening the wrong furnace the whole time. Oh, good. So yeah, cook this stuff. I need bullets. There we go. Okay, we're going to close all the things so I don't log into death by helicopter. Yeah, like in this way, if I log in, the helicopter could be outside. He targets me immediately through the window, and he fires a volley of missiles at the boat, and one-shots this fucking ship into the water. I don't want that, so that's why I have the shutters. That's why I'm logging in here. That's why I built a box to sleep in. It's like you're exposed to helis and weather and all that stuff. But yes, we're done on this server tonight. I don't want to swipe again. It takes too long. I'm going to go play some Overwatch and then Fortnite. So, yeah, this will boil all night. I'm going to dump everything I have into a box. I learned on other servers that if you don't put all your stuff in a box, you probably might not have it when you log in. There's always something like a server reset, or your friends pick your pockets, or you die to something dumb like deprivation, or the fucking you know you're AFK, but or you're like logged, but the cargo ship kills you or something dumb like that. And so I learned that when I log, I strip everything into a box. In that way, you don't lose anything. There we go. Because the developers, like, you can't count on them. They're going to take your loot, so it's best to just not have the loot on your body when you log.
A lot of those questions are going to be answered today. Our researchers
On
reached out
large
to Rosie and
clans-
Bubba,
oops.
who was also featured in the Netflix documentary.
In large clans, they'll pick your pockets. Your friends will just take your weapons because they're in a rush, and I don't blame them. But I mean, they will pick your pockets. They'll like get on your body. They'll see you have an AK. They'll pull the AK and they'll go use it. And so that's another reason to just drop your guns in the box before you log. Otherwise, you're just gonna be angry. People pick your pockets all the time. My friends used to get really mad about picking pockets, actually, but but now it's just so easy to get guns, it doesn't matter. But it used to be, if somebody picked your pockets, like your gun that you've been nursing for 4 days and you haven't lost yet is suddenly gone, and you're like, where's my AK? And you get all fucking angry. Who has my AK? Or whatever, or who has my MP5? I shouldn't have lost my MP5. Why is it gone? I've had that gun for 3 days. Why is it gone? And and that does cause, like, friction. So it's better to just strip yourself each day. Let them use your gun if they want to, but then it usually goes back in the box. There's like etiquette to large clan that if you don't learn, you can't be in it. I actually violated etiquette several times in the last couple of months that I played with large clan, because I wasn't used to 5X's and I'm not used to swiper servers. So, you know, but let's go play some Overwatch. I'm going to go healing. I should feed the kitty. I'll be right back. Hey, sissy, it's dinner time. Hey. I'm sorry I'm so loud, baby. We're gonna feed this kitty. You ready? Hi, sissy. Poor sissy. She's always like eating at her legs. Biting the legs and paws. Yeah, kitty is coming. Yeah, meow. We're gonna feed you. We're gonna feed you, kitty. You ready? Here it comes. Enjoy. Okay, here comes the water. We'll shut this light off for now. I have to take a piss. sorry. I don't want to step on your tail. Sorry about that. You okay? Good. Sorry, kitty. So sorry. I'm sorry, sissy. I'm sorry about that. I didn't hurt her. Okay, gonna play some Overwatch. Gonna do some healing. Oh boy, I walked 10 miles today. I'm gonna sleep pretty well, I think. Are you gonna load? No. Oh, it's on YouTube. Cool.
Bubba was Davion's close friend as well as Rosie's boyfriend, and we asked all those pertinent questions. But more importantly, we also asked what actually happened that night. They were one of the last few people to see Dom and Davion alive for the last time, and they answered all of our questions. So with that, welcome to part 2 of the Mackenzie Shirilla case.
Oh yeah, there's a battle pass in this game. I forgot. Oh my god, there is a battle pass in this game. Am I supposed to be like doing it? I didn't do it. I should have done it, but I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so. All of this is locked, right? Yeah, or I don't know. That's free? Owned. Oh no, I guess it auto does it for you, huh? If you get up higher. Rewards. Okay, I don't know. Story. What do you mean story? 6 stories. Summit, always climb, never fall. What is story mode? What? Hi, kitty. Did you enjoy your dinner? Yeah? You didn't eat as much as I thought you would. Huh. I would like to play. Probably some unranked. No, I don't know. I'll try and get a competitive win. Fuck it. I don't care. Try to get up out of bronze again. Why am I in bronze? I'm pulling 13k heals and at least 10 kills a match. I shouldn't be in bronze. That's not bronze stats. It's because the Overwatch fucking company is incompetent. I know they are. Blizzard caused this. It is Blizzard. How do you go from platinum 5 years ago to bronze today? I mean, I don't really understand that. It's not like my skills went down. My skills went up. Really a lot up. Like when I used to play, I used to play with 350 DPI. I play with 4,000 DPI now. And things have changed, and I'm getting kills on getting wins on Fortnite and stuff. But Overwatch has gotten just like less. It's like I'm winning less on Overwatch. How is that possible? I've gotten significantly better in the last 5 years. But I mean, in Overwatch, my rating went down 1,200 points, and like I used to sit 3,200, 3,100. Now I'm sitting like fucking 1,440, and it's like my skills didn't get worse; they got better, and that doesn't make sense. And I hate Blizzard in a lot of ways because of this sort of stuff. Now another problem is every time you solo queue into these fucking crappy competitive matches, you get DPS that get 5 kills and lose. That's just the reality of it. You get DPS that should be pulling like 30, but they pull 5. And so you lose. The other guys will pull 15 to 30, not your team for whatever reason. I noticed the other team always pulls double the kills. Like you get like 4 losses and then a win. That's how it's always been too. And then the win that you get, it seems easy. And that's because their team is only getting 5 kills too, and you were actually balanced correctly. But then the other 4 games are just dudes who farm you. Watch, this first game will be dudes that farm us. Watch. It's fucking so annoying. I should maybe be playing the cat character, but I don't know. It's a bad hackneyed ripoff of Marvel Rivals, the Rocket Raccoon. It's a really bad ripoff of Rocket Raccoon. I'm surprised it didn't get sued. Blizzard World competitive. These guys look like they could use some mercy, I guess. Yeah. I love that the beam goes behind you. It is cool. Did we lose this? We did. We lost this somehow. The tank didn't die. He's just not getting on point. Maybe he was. She tried to counter on a Widow. She jumped in there on a Widow. Why? You weren't going to get to the point. Fuck. You Pied Piper me. That's not too good. Fuck. Hi, kitty. Want some love? Yeah, get some love, kitty. Oh, they're pushing this pretty bad. Hi, kitty. Fuck.
We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support Change the Game for Dom Foundation and Davian Flanagan's Memorial Scholarship Fund. Both GoFundMes are run by the families of the victims, and we're going to include all of those plus all the information regarding Dom and Davian's law, which aims to update Ohio's Son of Sam laws in order to prevent violent offenders from profiting off their crimes. All of that is going to be included in our show notes. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's team of dedicated researchers. We'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Today's episode involves mentions of illicit drug usage, reckless driving, driving while intoxicated, self-exit, and possible domestic violence. We did pull the FOIA for this case and literally went through tens of thousands of pages of text messages, just detective incident reports, autopsy reports, photos, videos, Snapchat data, Instagram DM data, text messages, like tens of thousands of pages of text messages. So naturally, quotes and statements may be condensed for brevity. There is also a lot of discourse surrounding this case, and in order to explain the entirety of the case and the internet reception of things that have been released to the public, we are going to go over a lot of opinions, comments, and speculations made by netizens. They do not represent our own opinions. So with that being said, I will say that this case has gained a lot of attention with the Netflix documentary The Crash, and we went through the entire case file, so this is going to be a pretty lengthy series. The Netflix documentary was about an hour and a half, and we've gone through, it's like 5,000 videos, 5,000 separate photos, tens of thousands of pages of text messages, 97 jail calls totaling up to like 20 hours, hundreds of pages of police documents, 39 body cam and dash cam videos. We went through it all, and we're going to break it all down. This is going to be a 5-part series. In the first part, please go watch that first, the previous episode. We went over the crash itself, as well as the relationships of everybody in the car, the relationship dynamic, and generally what people believe happened that night. In this part, we're going to be breaking down the Netflix documentary, the social media response, as well as what we asked Rosie and Bubba and what they've responded, and all of the things that happened. It was like a 2-hour-long conversation asking them pretty much every single question that the internet had for them. In part 3, we're going to be breaking down the main relationships within the Shirilla family. There's been a lot of allegations and rumors and just conspiracy theories circulating online that Mackenzie had a very strange relationship with her dad, where she would text him in the middle of the night asking for warm milk, and people think warm milk is a code for something else, and there's just a lot to unpack there. That's going to be part 3. In part 4, it's going to be the entire breakdown, the journey of Mackenzie and Dom's relationship through their text messages from 2020 and then leading up to the crash. And part 5 will be all the jail calls, as well as Mackenzie's prison girlfriends who have come out on TikTok to talk about what their experience was like dating Mackenzie in prison. And she would call herself, allegedly, she said that people called her Shirilla the Killer. So with that being said, let's get started. November 4th, 2022, 4 months after the crash that killed Dom and Davian, Mackenzie is on the way back from physical therapy. She's in the passenger seat. Her mom, Natalie, is driving, and they get pulled over. Mackenzie has her phone out. She's like recording all of this. Her camera is pointed primarily at the side mirror of the passenger side car, so you can see an officer in the mirror walk up to the car. He says, "Hi, Mackenzie," and snatches the phone out of Mackenzie's hand, and you hear her whining, "Don't touch my phone! You're under arrest." "Why?" "We have a warrant for your arrest. Come on out." "Why?" They get her out of the car, they cuff her, and they put her in the back of the police car.
Wait, they arrested her in the middle of the road?
Yeah, they pulled over on that.
What?
Yeah.
So did she know that, or she thought it was a traffic stop?
It seems like they thought it was a traffic stop.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're under arrest for aggravated murder ×2, okay?
The officer starts taking off one of her handcuffs.
"Could you please be careful taking this one off so it doesn't break the bracelet, please?"
You got it. You got it.
And she starts sniffling while thanking him. It's interesting, this whole bracelet thing becomes like a whole point of contention. Again, as she's getting booked, the officers are talking to her.
"Okay, Mackenzie, I'm gonna take your handcuffs off. I need like all the jewelry and everything to come off, okay?"
I can't wear any of it.
No, I need you to take it off while you're in the jail right now. Unfortunately, everything's gonna have to come off right now once we know, when the detective comes back and we know for sure what's going on. Everything's gonna be bagged up here. It's not going anywhere.
She starts trying to take off her bracelets, and they look like those like rubber Livestrong bracelets that used to be big back in the day, but I don't think they're Livestrong. They're like the rubber bracelets. And later it's been explained from Mackenzie's side and Mackenzie's friends and family that these bracelets were all sentimentally connected to Dom, and she hadn't taken them off since the crash, and that's why she was crying. But a lot of people have interpreted it as, how are you crying about a bracelet when you're being arrested for murder ×2? Either way, she's very distraught about taking them off. They notice that she also has extensions, which she informs them that she cannot take them out unless they have pliers.
What are the green, are those extensions? Clips, or gonna need to take those out?
I can't take them out. They're like in my, they're like, unless you have pliers, we can get them out.
After Mackenzie's arrest, there's some interesting body cam footage that was in the FOIA file. Her dad, Steve, marches down to the police station, and he honestly looks like a chill dad, right? So he's got like a kind of white-haired beard with like a full head of like whitish gray hair, and he dresses super relaxed. He's an art teacher. He almost dresses kind of like a kid. I don't know how to describe it. He's not overly stuffy. He's not wearing polos. It doesn't look like he's obsessed with golfing on the weekends. He seems like he's a little bit more creative in that aspect. And I don't mean that as a compliment. I don't really ever want to compliment him, but he walks into the police station. Obviously, understandably, this is a highly emotionally charged moment, but he's using his hands to passionately yell at the police officers.
I need to speak to my daughter because you guys aren't allowed to speak to her at all. That's from the lawyer. He does not want you guys speaking to her. And I can get him on the phone, and he can tell you that over the phone if that works, or I can go in and tell her not to open her mouth. How you guys did this on the weekend is just, well, you guys just okay. There's a warrant for, we would have brought her right down here with no problem. It's just unbelievable. I mean, 18.
So the warrant was issued today, so we executed it today.
If you had to roll out the whole mask to pick up an 18-year-old girl who can hardly walk out of a hospital visit, it's just beyond me.
Yeah, Steve, lots of things are apparently beyond you, like common sense and good parenting. Opinion that I strongly hold. Steve aggressively asks the officers.
Am I going to be allowed to have a 2-minute conversation with her?
You cannot talk to her about these.
Why doesn't she get a
Well,
phone
she has
call?
legal
If you arrest her, why don't
representatives.
she get a phone call?
Which, like, goddamn, your daughter is not special in anyone else's eyes but your own. Like, this is the process that they have to go through. The officer has to explain and spell it out to Steve Shirilla. She was just brought in. They're going to process her. As soon as they get the time for her to make a phone call, she'll be able to make a phone call. We just need to advise her that she has a lawyer. She's 18 years old, and she could speak that.
She's a dumb 18-year-old that just turned 18, and you guys are
She is.
dumb. All the kids nowadays are dumb.
Sure, Steve, if that helps you sleep better at night, okay? Just know that most of us didn't get into a fatal car crash that took 2 lives at 18 years old. 17, basically 18, but I digress. Steve continues angrily, telling the officers.
And these guys are going to take advantage of her. She's not allowed to speak to you guys. I'm telling you that.
Her
from
attorney
lawyer.
can call us.
Don't ask her any questions.
The officer straight up walks away, closes the door while Steve is still screaming. Steve Shirilla is still screaming. He's like, don't ask her any questions. She's not allowed to speak to you. The officer is clearly unbothered, and this is through his body cam, so it's like we just have the perspective of his chest. Yeah. And he just walks to the back room where all the other cops are. He walks to his desk, and he says, ay, ay, ay. And he grabs his bag of Cool Ranch Dorito and starts snacking.
Ay, ay, ay.
No, the fucking cheddar. No, no,
Yeah.
no,
He just
no,
removed
no,
himself
no,
from
no,
that.
no.
Yeah, he's like, ay, ay, ay. And just started snacking on Doritos in the back. I just think the Shirilla parents, the Netflix documentary, we'll get into it in a second, but they are just like massive complainers. They like to complain about everything. Even on Netflix, they're complaining. I don't know why they needed 9 or 10 cars to roll up on an 18, 17-year-old girl. Prosecution needed a show, and they wanted to put on a pageant. In the Netflix documentary, Mackenzie's parents
What?
also say, Natalie and
fuck off.
Steve also say,
Defeat.
we were just like in shock. Murder? So they're in shock that she was arrested for murder. Not reckless driving, not vehicular homicide, murder. Steve says, good luck proving it. There's no, what proof do they have of any of this? I know it's become almost like an online joke at this point that documentary filmmakers love to give us an empty chair when introducing their next guest to talk, and then having that guest dramatically sit down on the chair before looking directly into the camera, breaking the fourth wall, and then starting with their opening line of like, let me tell you about that night, you know? That is exactly what they do with Mackenzie in the Netflix documentary. But the part that the internet is freaking out over is not the slightly played out dramatic empty chair sit down, but rather the way Mackenzie sits down. She walks into frame, prison uniform, hair tied up with a bun the size of a cantaloupe on top of her head. She's a full face of makeup.
I want to go back to the blue Cooler Ranch Doritos thing, which is quite funny.
Don't ask her any questions.
He's like, don't have a cam. So it's Czar. He walks to his desk and he says, ay, ay, ay.
The Cooler Ranch Doritos is so funny. This is immediately what the cop does. He opens a fucking bag of Doritos, like right there in the police station.
And he grabs his bag of
He grabs his bag of Cooler Ranch Doritos.
Cool Ranch Doritos.
He gets yelled at by the victims and he goes back and starts eating Doritos. And it's like, Jesus Christ, man. How big could you get?
Starts snacking.
Start snacking.
Ay, ay, ay.
Fucking idiot ass pig.
Wait.
I mean, yeah, we didn't need goddamn, lapel cam footage of you pigging down on fucking Cooler Ranch Doritos. But my life was funnier because of it. So, Mr. Pig, I salute you. Mr. Cooler Ranch Dorito Pig, I salute you. She thought it was funny too. She's like, ah.
Yeah.
He just
She
removed
can't laugh anymore because she's heard too much atrocity like me. But but it was funny. The Cooler Ranch Doritos are so dumb.
himself from that.
Yeah.
Damn, humans are fucking dumb.
He's like, ay, ay, ay. And
Ay,
just
ay, ay.
started snacking on Doritos in the back.
Ay, ay,
I just
ay. The
think the
victims yelled at me. Time for Cooler Ranch Doritos.
Sharilla parents, if you... The
Yes,
Netflix
we're a little bit further
Steve
now.
says, good luck proving it. There's no.
Good luck
What
proving it.
proof? What proof do they
Good
have
luck
of any of
proving
this? I know it's become almost like an online joke at this point that documentary filmmakers love to give us an empty chair when introducing their next guest to talk, and then having that guest dramatically sit down on the chair before looking directly into the camera, breaking the fourth wall, and then starting with their opening line of like, let me tell you about that night, you know? That is exactly what they do with Mackenzie in the Netflix documentary. But the part that the internet is freaking out over is not the slightly played out dramatic empty chair sit down, but rather the way Mackenzie sits down. She walks into frame, prison uniform, hair tied up with a bun the size of a cantaloupe on top of her head. She's a full face of makeup, and she almost like pops out her hip, arches her back as she sits down on the chair. She clasps her hands in front of her and almost like smirks to the camera. Like it's just like a very weird, she's looking directly at us. The internet points out it's just, she looks like she's on a coffee date rather than a documentary interview about how she killed 2 people. She sits down. The producer asks her, so could you tell me why you want to give this interview, Mackenzie? I've never spoke before. I never told my side of the story. I understand there's many different sides to the story and different perspectives, but I just want to say my truth, and I just know myself, and I know I'm not a monster. What do you think happened to the crash? Through all the evidence that has been presented, the most logical speculation seems to be a medical emergency. This sentence itself is, she sat in her cell memorizing this from her attorney, because I have read through so many thousands upon thousands of pages of Mackenzie texting and audio messaging people, and she does not speak in this manner. This is my lawyer told me to say this for this documentary. How does a medical emergency account for the control of the car? So she's like, the most logical reason is a medical emergency. So they're like, How are you able to control the car then if it's a medical emergency? And she says, I'm unsure because I have no recollection of that morning.
no, oops.
But I know nothing about it was intentional. The interview with Mackenzie is short, or at least the included parts with Mackenzie. I mean, she's not really saying anything of value other than trying to convince the viewers at home that she's a good person, which, I mean, I guess it's up to you to decide, right? But she says she still has no memory. She thinks it's a medical emergency. What medical emergency? She doesn't know because she doesn't remember anything. But she says she's grown and she's remorseful for all the things that she clearly doesn't remember. She says about her relationship with Dom, we were just 2 kids messing with each other. And then as the years went on and we stayed together and grew closer, we would have probably been married by now. He was just so protective and loving over me. I just wanted to heal him and he wanted to heal me. We were partners. We just took care of each other. I mean, we argued. We got back together. We broke up. We got back together. It was rocky, but it was good. It was just, we were in love, young love. She says it's really hard every day here. I try to wake up and be the best person I can be every day, stay out of trouble. There's not a moment that doesn't pass where I don't think about them or I don't feel a pain in my chest that it's still like the void of losing them. And near the end, the producer asks her, is there any last word that you'd like to say? And she turns to her right and she's like looking at someone off the camera. It's her lawyer. They let us know. They're like, she's looking at her lawyer, right? Her lawyer was present. She goes, did I touch on that? Okay, so everything is like you think. I don't want to force anything and just say too much or sound crazy. I just want to make sure that I'm big on the no intent. There was no intent whatsoever there. I have excessive amounts of remorse for Dom, Davion, both of their families. This was not intentional, and I will do everything I can to prove that to the world and the families. And that's it.
That was weird.
Yeah.
Is that like a fourth wall breaking moment? Like
That was so weird. And the only thing the internet can really get out of this is, first of all, the sit down of her sitting on that chair was crazy. Her hair is crazy. And the fact that she said, I'm big on the no intent, is just like people are having their minds blown on TikTok over that line. What do you mean you're big on the no intent? What do you mean by that? The Netflix documentary also sat down with Dom and Davion's family members. They focused a lot on the pain that the family members had to endure losing Dom and Davion, and it felt very transparent in the sense of the families of both those boys felt really vulnerable in sharing their journey of finding out that they lost their babies, essentially their children, to then feeling relieved that at least another child was able to survive, that Mackenzie was alive and in surgery. There was almost like a relief.
Really?
Because it's like, okay, at least, you know? And then feeling confused because they're like, wait, nothing is adding up about this car crash. Like, it doesn't make sense. Her behavior isn't making any sense. They're not getting the answers that they so desperately need and deserve. And then they see this evidence and then all of the complicated just evolution of all these feelings. Dom and Davion's sisters have been using their platforms to showcase Dom and Davion's lives as well. And they were both included in the documentary. And it's just so frustrating to see the grace and composure that both Dom and Davion's family members held in this entire documentary, juxtaposed to the Sharilla parents. Mackenzie's parents, Natalie and Steve, who come off incredibly tone-deaf, entitled, and just fucking dense. I don't really know how else to put it, okay? They just are not likable either, and they seem like enablers. The documentary also brought in a few of Mackenzie's friends who have since gone viral, and there were just a lot of moments where it feels like just watching the documentary, from the perspective of just watching the documentary, it feels like you're on a different planet from the people that are on the screen talking, because you're like, there's no way they just said that. There's no way any of this is real. For example, one of Mackenzie's friends, Faith, states in the documentary that essentially she cannot see Mackenzie intentionally crashing that car because she can't imagine Mackenzie ever hurting herself. Like, that's just not Mackenzie. She says Kenzie loves herself a lot. She wouldn't even have a McChicken with me at McDonald's because she cared so much about her own health. I don't feel like somebody like that who cares so much about their body and so much about themselves and, you know, how they're doing would be suicidal. Apparently, a McChicken from McDonald's is some sort of litmus test now. The documentary also brought in two of Mackenzie's friends that were there at the gathering that Mackenzie, Dom, and Davion left. And that was the drive home where the car crashed. Rosie and Bubba, they were there and they were interviewed. But before we do that, let's run through the night of July 30th and the early morning of July 31st, 2022. Mackenzie and Davion had both graduated high school, so they're going to like a series of graduation parties. Now, in part one, I told you guys that Davion is staying with Dom while his parents are out of town on vacation because he just started a new job. He couldn't go on the family vacation. Mackenzie is basically living with Dom, even though she's 17. So naturally, it makes sense that the three of them decide to go to a few grad parties together. They live together, they take one car. Mackenzie and Davion graduated. Dom is dating Mackenzie. The first stop is Kelly's. They get to this girl named Kelly's house at around 10 p.m. Kelly speaks with detectives and she tells them, okay, it really wasn't like a crazy grad party or anything. My mom was there the entire time. In fact, her mom is in the interview.
I think it was like the kind of party they were expecting, because I told them like not a lot of people are going to be here. Like we're all just, it's just like close friends and we're just chilling out, like, you know.
And she says Mackenzie, Dom, and Davion get there and they're just kind of sitting off to the side for a little bit before Mackenzie asks Kelly, hey, come here.
And she was like, do you trip? Which meaning like, do you do acid? And I was like, no, I don't do that. And like, I was like, especially like my mom's here, like I don't want to do that. Like, 'cause, like I feel like she was like asking, she didn't say the words, but I felt like she was asking me if I wanted to trip with them at my house.
Kelly kind of thinks it's weird because Mackenzie knows that her mom is home, and like that's just not the vibe right now. That's just not the energy. So she's not trying to do that right now, right here. The conversation pivots, but Kelly still hears Mackenzie and Dom making plans about maybe going to some guy named Mark's house and saying things like, should we do it tonight? Should we do it tonight? So it sounds like to Kelly that they're debating whether or not they want to do shrooms or trip or whatever. And then within 20 minutes, they leave. And Kelly's like, she gets it. She says that she thinks the three of them were maybe expecting like a party. And it was just more so Kelly and her friends hanging out and her mom was home. And it was just more like a chill gathering. So they leave Kelly's and they actually head over to a different guy's house, Paul's house. The police interview Paul. And he says he's technically Mackenzie's friend. So they're just trying to get like, how do you guys all know each other? And he's like, well, okay. So Paul is best friends with Rosie, who's in the documentary.
Okay.
And Rosie started hanging out with Mackenzie a few months ago, but also Paul has his own connection with Mackenzie because senior year, they both tried to do, he wanted to be homecoming king, she was trying to be homecoming queen. So he says that she really helped boost his confidence during that time. So he's got his own like friendship with Mackenzie. So he's closest with Mackenzie. He's not really close with Dom. It seems like he's familiar with Davion, if not friends with Davion, right? Now, Mackenzie just happens to bring Dom everywhere she goes, and Davion is currently also staying with Dom. And Rosie's boyfriend, Bubba, he's super close with Davion. I'm going to make it clear later, but just like hold on to it. And Paul says everyone loves Davion, which, side note, Kelly, the host of the grad party right before, she says the same thing. Kelly says about Davion.
It's 4 losses and 1 win. It's been like this all my Overwatch experience. It's 4 losses and 1 win. If you join a team and you talk, you'll get 2 losses and 3 wins, and it's like set in stone. You can't actually, unless you get a 6-man that you build that's intending on going to a tournament, essentially, you cannot get ahead in this game. And I can't stand the fucking Blizzard. I hope Blizzard dies, honestly. I'd be okay if Blizzard died at this point. They're not producing good games anymore. It'd be way better if they just stopped taking the community's money. Their handling of all of this stuff is so disgusting. I've played like 2,000 hours of Moira or something, and these guys roll all over me. I can't even get a kill. It's insane. Like why am I facing these fucking people? Why?
He is a good kid. Like, he just tries to make friends everywhere. Like, I know that he was just always trying to do something, get out the house, be with his friends, and just be himself.
It's just something consistent that I've observed throughout all of the police interviews. Everyone goes out of their way to explain how much Davion meant to them, and it doesn't feel forced or calculated, but more so I think he just like had that big of an impact on everyone. So unprompted, a lot of people will just tell the police, like, I mean, he's like an incredible person. Just so friendly, so chill. Like, everybody loves him. Yeah. Davion's mom says, you know, I would always say that he had an old soul because he was just wise beyond his years. Just in a lot of ways because he's had so much experience in his short life. And again, we're going to go in depth on Davion's family and what they've said, their foundation, in a later episode. So one interesting thing to note is Paul tells investigators that he refuses to ever ride in Mackenzie's car. In general, she's just a horrible driver. The police are like, what do you mean by that?
I always knew she would get in fights, like her neighbor, or she got in her fight with her neighbor about zooming past the stop sign. One time at the carnival, she was gonna drive me home, but I was like, no.
Sorry.
That's okay. I just said, no, I'm good.
Paul says even Rosie, the one from the documentary, told him, like, don't get in the car with Mackenzie. She's not a good driver.
Wow, that is crazy.
Yeah. So they're like, okay, well, tell us about the gathering. Because they leave your house, and that's when Mackenzie crashes the car.
Oh, they were at Paul's house till 5 in the morning?
Yes.
Okay.
So Paul is like, okay, well, that whole day, before they came over, you know, I was at work the entire day. So when I finally got back home, I was really tired. But I had to do something. That's like the vibe he gives. Like, I had to do something because my parents were out of town.
And I had 6 people over, so in my opinion, that was not a party.
Now we'll win because these guys can actually get kills. Or I think they can. I don't know. They've not done it. Never mind. Maybe not. No, they can't get kills. See it? They're zeroed out. Oh, no, never mind. This guy, Flame Beast. Never mind. They did recover, I guess. Or no, I don't know. Did they recover? No. Why am I all the way the fuck back here? This game is so fucking annoying. Goddamn mishandled fucking property by Blizzard. Where it's just, it's like, it forces you to run for like 2 minutes every time you die. So dumb. You're just like letting them cap this. Why? I'm getting on point now. Gonna get on point or... The cat picked me up. Hey, I got the first kill on healer. Great job. Maybe 1 kill per 10 minutes, guys. 1 kill. Can you get 1 kill? 1 kill. Can you get it? I don't think you can. Oh, thank you for rescuing me, fucking idiot.
There was no party act.
No, it's 5 times. They've got 5 times the kills you have. I've the same heals as them. They have 5 times the kills you have. Fuck you. Works for me. Gotta get up there now. Standing on point. Well, that was certainly fun. Shall we play something else? Patching for another 50 minutes. No. Patching. They're fucking patching. Oh, that sucked. And I probably caught a chat ban, so I guess I go to bed. Yeah, I think so. These toxic ass PvP games are so fucking terrible. Yeah, there's not much else here. I'll just go in and keep healing. I don't want to go to bed at 1:45 in the morning. I'll just wait. What else should I do though? I'll go back in. I won't get those people again since I took a break.
Activities going on because I don't have enough friends to throw Binger, I'm gonna be honest.
He says it was him, so it's Paul, another friend named Nina, Rosie, Rosie's boyfriend Bubba. Bubba is close friends with Davion. Rosie is now hanging out a lot with Mackenzie, and Mackenzie brought Dom, so it's 7 people. Paul, Nina, Rosie, Bubba, Davion, Mackenzie, and Dom. Rosie, Nina, and Bubba show up at around 11 p.m. Mackenzie, Dom, and Davion get there closer to midnight because they were at like a different grad party. They were just grad party hopping. And it was a chill night for about an hour. Paul says, earlier that day he was kind of in a shit mood because he did also break, like his whole car broke down. So he was working, his car broke down, he's not in the best mood. So he decides after chilling for an hour that he's just gonna go to sleep. So he goes upstairs, leaves everybody downstairs because his parents aren't home, they're out of town. He goes upstairs and quote,
I go upstairs at around 1. They're still up and they're still watching. I remember hearing South Park playing really loudly. And then I went downstairs again at 2, 3 a.m. to pee, sometime like that. And I saw Kenzie asleep on my couch in my front room when I saw that. But yeah, I don't think there was any fighting or anything like that going on at all. Or at least that's what I saw.
He says they all did smoke weed. They talked about doing shrooms, but they didn't end up doing the shrooms. So he's like, I don't know. Like, I went upstairs. When I came down at like 2, 3 a.m., Mackenzie was asleep, and I didn't witness any fighting or anything weird. The next morning, he wakes up at around 10 a.m. to Rosie calling him and telling him that there had been a car crash. When authorities arrive to the car crash, they extract Mackenzie. They find in her possession, on her person, a baggie filled with shrooms. And there are messages that police get between Rosie and Mackenzie that night. So before Mackenzie shows up to Paul's house. 6 p.m., Mackenzie asks Rosie about going to Paul's. Do you think it's cool to trip there? So Mackenzie's like, do you think it's, can I go and trip there? Rosie says, yeah. Okay, I'm trusting you. His parents aren't tweaks like Bubba. They would probably let him have people over. Mackenzie is unsure if she's actually going to end up at Paul's, so she's still kind of debating, and then she's like, is it okay to trip there? Rosie's like, for sure. Rosie texts, could we still buy off Dom if you guys don't want to trip? You should come hang out for like a little smoke or whatever. Okay, bet. Like, what do you need? We might come. So Rosie says, yes, me, Paul, Nina, and Bubba need them, and some bud. Do you not want to trip? Did you guys already trip at the zoo today? And Mackenzie's saying, like, we're not really sure because it's already so late. Dom says no, and we were going to, but we didn't. But yeah, we can give you guys that. Mackenzie texts at 10:24 p.m. We're probably going to come. So like last minute, she's like, okay, we're going to come. Rosie says, okay, cool. And so we want $40 worth of bud, and Bubba wants 3, and I want 2.5.
This is such a dumb drug deal. They're like, I want 5.5. This is the dumbest fucking drug deal I've ever heard of before. We want $40 worth of bud, and Bubba wants 3 grams, and I want 2.5 grams. Nina wants 1.5 grams. It's like, what? And Paul wants 2.5. 3, what is that? 5.5 plus 1.5 would be 6, 7, and that's 9. It's yeah, and then 7 plus 2.5 would be 9.5 grams of shrooms over 4 people. I don't care about their names. By the way, you just conducted 4 felony drug deals, and you gave a name for every fucking drug deal that you did. Bubba wants this, Bubba wants this, Nina wants that, Paul wants that. That's 4 felony convicted. You're so fucking bad. I would be like, don't talk to me again. I'd be like, don't call this phone again, officer. I'd be like, don't text this phone again. That would be my response to this. They were like, okay, cool. If she sent a message like this, so we want $40 worth of bud, and Bubba wants 3. I mean, this is just not how you conduct drug deals. This is how a 17-year-old idiot conducts drug deals. But this is 4 felony weight convictions of a felony A, class A, or no, maybe it's actually, maybe it's legal to sell shrooms now. I don't know. I don't think it's legal to sell shrooms, no. But yeah, but it's like, this is the worst drug deal I've ever seen conducted. It frankly is. It's like, here's 4 names that you can get felony convictions for. Here's the drugs they're buying and what quantities. If you get 4 felony convictions, that's probably the least amount you'll get. Maybe you'll bust other people around them and get even more people with this kind of fucking idiot-ass, like, drug deal. Like, maybe they'll harm the people around them, too. You might not just get them. You might get other people involved with them. It's like as a police, you're basically working for the police at that point when you give them this kind of text message. It's that bad. I want to kill you. I want to kill you. Nope. Let's get away from you. Fuck you. Nope, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I didn't die. Oh, this guy's bullying me. Fuck this Bastion. Kill his ass. Ooh, that's the enemy tank. Yep. I don't know how I lived, but I lived. That guy didn't live. I'm gonna fight you, bitch. I'm gonna fight you. I'm gonna kill you. Yeah, so, orb right down that hallway. Fuck you. Nice. Oh, oh, the tank is back. Oh, and I'm trapped here with him. That's not good. Oh, why did you get a point? Normally you would get on point. Why are you standing 5 feet off the point? Finally got on point, did you? Wow. No, that run was like totally worthless. Maybe we still have an advantage. I will kill you. Oh, run! Nope. Oh. Nice. What was that? Dead. Oh. No. Very bad. No. No, very bad. No. I'm on the point. I got the point. Hee Still alive. Hey, finally a competent team. They can actually get kills, like real steady kills. Why are you running away from me? Stop. Please stop. What was that? That was a tracer? Yeah, it is a tracer. There's a tracer. Oh! That's too good he ran past me though. Oh, dead yeah. With way to bait right in front of them. Go. We suddenly got the advantage somehow. How do we do this? I don't know, but we totally flipped the table. Flip the table. Oh, we got a lever. Sucks. I'm sorry. It's just what I think of when somebody asks that. Ooh. No, don't kill my tank. Oh, we got the point. That's good though. This guy, I'm gonna push him. Oh, oh, get up. Get him. Get him. No. Oh, God. I don't want to die. Just running back to the tank. They can have the point now. I didn't die. Oh. Oh God, get out. Oh. Nope. Oh. Oop. Take the point. I've got a thingy, I'm gonna use it. Fuck this guy. Fuck him. Oh. What? Come on. Oh, he dropped the area deny. Fuck. That was. Ooh, did we actually maybe contend? Yeah, contend. Fight them. Fight them. No, I don't know. Oh, I'm the only one that didn't die again. Four out of 5. Oh, that's bad. Oop, I did not know he was there. Oh, now I'm taking fire from that. We actually have to live. Nope, that's not gonna happen. Oh. Nope. Okay, 91. Nice, he wasted an all, but I mean, it's over now. I'm the best healer in here. I am grouped up. And I had the same kills as Unknown. I don't know. You guys are fucking tripping. You don't fuck with reality anymore. The last, like, 16 teammates I've had, they didn't fuck with reality. They look at the scoreboard and they blame me. But, I mean, I don't know, man. I'm the best healer in here. I have been the last, like, 3 games. What was that? Nope. Oh, nice, we got him. How did that happen? fuck? Ooh. Fuck. Come on. The fucking Bastion wasted me. Ooh, we kind of were aggressive with it. Yeah. Get it. Get it. Yeah, we got it. Come on, win this game. I want to leave and go play some Fortnite, I guess. I don't know. Fortnite's not up yet. Nope. Nope. Lost my tank. I don't know how. Oh, nice. One shot. Fuck with you. That sucks. Oh no. Fuck you, I'm gonna kick your ass. I'm gonna kick your ass, bitch. I'm gonna kick your ass. Where'd you go? No. No. Nope. Nope. I will fucking save you, dummy. I will save you, and I will save you. I will save you. Ooh. Oh. Nice, we got them all. Win this game. Oh. Yeah. Go Yummy. $10, $9, and $10K heals. I was the best healer in here. Let's go on. See, DPS can actually get kills. This guy got kills. Like, he went 21 and 7. That's pretty good. Like, these people actually got kills. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Leave game. Go back in. Yeah, give me another win. Finally, get the bads out of here.
Nina wants one.
So we want one $40 felony, two $40 felonies, three $40 felonies, two victims now. There's the and so we, which implies this person, and then there's the Bud, and which is another felony. Oh, sorry, that's a felony. That's a felony. That's using wiretaps and stuff to conduct drug business. It's a bad felony. Bubba is guilty. He wants 3 grams. And Nina is guilty. She wants 2.5 grams. That's all felony charges and stuff. 1.5. And Paul wants 2.5. It's 5 felonies, 5 paper trail.
0.5 and Paul wants 2.5. So
now, when this guy says okay, he's condemning himself probably to jail.
the grams, they're...
And I'd be like, don't call this phone again. I would. I'd be like, I've done that before too. I've done that to customers. I'm like, don't call this phone again. Don't text me again. They'll say stupid ass shit, and I'll be like, I don't know you. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't call this phone again. Don't, like, I don't even know what you're on about. I've said that like 400 times or something like that. Like, they'll just be tripping. They'll be like, can I get $180 worth of fucking speed? They'll say shit like that. They'll say shit like, can I get a teener? And you're just like, I don't know. Don't call me again. Can you? Don't call me again. I've done that before. I'm just like, don't talk to me like that. Do not list my business in a text message. Don't tell me where I'm going. Don't tell me how much you want or any of that stuff. You know what the deal is. It's 50G, 70T, 90B. I've got it if you need it. I'm your supplier. I'm your pusher man. Don't fucking ever list an amount. Don't ever list an amount. Now, my customers, I don't ever remember. I remember like it's happened a bunch of times, but it's not that many times. I think it's happened about 30, 40 times, something like that. But they'll just say something so stupid you can't even respond to it. You leave it in the text message and you just don't talk to them for 5 days. Because you're like, well, if I respond to that text, it's obvious that I'm moving weight. So I'm just, and you'd be surprised how dumb people can be. They'll be drunk or high, and they'll just text your phone being like, yo, can I get an 8-ball? And it's like, Jesus Christ. No. No. The answer is no. But you don't say no, because even that could be interpreted as a drug deal. You just don't respond at all. And this is why drug dealers don't respond all the time. If you don't know it, then you've never been there. Some drug dealers, they just don't respond half the time. And that's why, because if they do, it's incriminating. Fuck that, you want to kill him. I want to kill you. Oh my god, how did this go that bad? Yeah, oh, thank you. I was like, no way, this went that bad. Whoop. Yep. I need cover. Kill him. Get cover. Oh, not too good. He's being stuffed. Yep. Heal. I gotta save the mercy. No. I will stand with you. Oh, I think I probably hurt him bad enough to get him. Yeah, I think I hurt him pretty bad. Yeah, get him. Let's get 2 in a row. Look, all the bad DPS went to bed in North America, and now all the good players are out. And I'm winning. It's like 2 in the morning. Yeah, they all went to bed. Look. The last West Coasters went to bed, I think. And suddenly there's like good players. This guy is not leaving my LOS, you know? See, he's not bad. Oh, no, I rolled. No, Mercy, save me. No. That was so annoying. I feel like a whole bunch of alts just had their way with me for no reason. Oh, I lost my tank right there because I was a split second too late. Fuck these guys, I want to kill them all. Kill them all, kill them all, kill them all. Oh. Yep, I want to kill them all. I want an actual, like, try here. I want to try. Yeah. Oh, that's scary. Yep. I'm just gonna jump across and try to be alive. Oh, I took a whole bunch of that from him. Yep, and I'm dead. Because that guy was just shooting the fucking alley. Why me, motherfucker? Why me? Like, maybe tank? Oh. So annoying. But I think we still won this, though. Maybe. Okay, you don't want to get a point? No, don't kill him. Whoop. Oh. Whoop. I kind of fucked out his blade a little bit. That's good. He didn't kill my whole team. Pretty good. Oh, a lot of damage there. Killed him. Kill him. Oh, I got him. I got him. Now I'm gonna get you, bitch. Yep. Ooh. Oh, whatever that was. Come on. It was his ult. That's okay. And they won that. I can't believe they won that. I'm not going out in that fire. Oh god, you're so far away. But, oh, that's not too good. Kill him. Kill him. Oh, he runs. Oh no, I need to heal. No, 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 I need to heal. Nope. Sorry. I'm gonna fry you. Yep, I'm gonna fry you. Yep. Oh. Oh, you can't have my tech. You can't. You can't. I can kill him. Do this. Kill them all. Kill them all. Oh, not so good. No, get out of the fire. Push him back. Oh, oh. Kill him slow. Kill him slow. Fire you. Fire you. Oh, I fucked up and I threw the orb wrong, I think. Oh, that's not too good. No, I could have killed him maybe. Oh. Oh, kill my mercy. No. Ooh, that's not too good. Oh, whales. Heal. You're so annoying he killed me. Oh, the ult. You're so annoying. You're so annoying. You're so annoying. You're so annoying. It's a lazy day for me. All I have to do is get up and go to the dentist. It's good. I can stay up late. This is good because I'm kind of high strung and I want to play games. I don't really get to game that much today. Oh, get out of it. Out of it. Out of it. No, he's going to kill me. No. I keep getting solo ulted by this team over and over again. It's so annoying. We are going to lose. Oh, they got that. That was good. Nice. Get you past the shield. Oh, you're way over there. Get on point. That is where they come out of. Ah. Oh god. I feel like this team could use a Lucio. Look, all these guys are bronze. They're doing way, way better than all these other people. Oh, I got him too. I got the tank. I got the tank. I got the tank. Oh, get away, get away, get away, get away. Oh. Oh, that's not too good. We split them, but... Ah, no, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I want to save him. I'm going to save him. Yep. Fuck you guys. We win this. Oh. I'm going to ult if I can get there. If I can get there. Oh. Oh. Yeah! Fuck you. Kill this guy. Oh my god, kill this guy. You are so annoying. Got him. Yep. Oh, that was a good get. Yeah. Look, these guys can get kills, so we just win. I win like 3 in a row after three bad teams. I suddenly just start winning the minute they get kills at all. The minute that that my team gets kills, like we win. We just win. Because I'm a world-class healer. See it? These guys are not even worried. Oh. No. Oh. Good. Oh. Yeah, that was a lot, but I tried. Nice. Yeah, I mean, they're making a pretty good attempt. Oh, that's not too good. Did we get them? No, we don't think we got this. So that's not too good. Well, let's go try and stop them. I don't want them to get that point for free. We're not getting this for free, motherfucker. Guys. Oh, no, I'm trapped. Oh. Trapped? How was I trapped? That's so dumb. There's a trap. Oh. Normally you would just try and get on point. Oh, you guys didn't try and get a point? Oh god. Ah. The tank. This. Oh, kill the tank. Yeah, we got the tank. We got the tank. Fuck this. I will. Press. I will press you. Fuck this. Oh no, you don't. No. Nice. That's not good. You were so far, you should have been employing. What? I couldn't do anything. I was like reloading. Oh no, how do we start to lose this? We're doing so good. No, we must stop them. We must get there at all costs. No, I must get there at all costs and stop them. Yep, fuck these guys. Nope. Nope. Gotta try and actually live. Fuck these guys. Nope, I couldn't do it. Oh, that should have killed them all, but it didn't and we lost. Come on, man. How did this go from us stomping them in all match to us losing this in the last, like, 5 minutes? What the fuck is that? Fucking bad developer. Like, look at the numbers. Like, I don't know. I guess it was like they were better, yeah. 15 to 12 isn't that bad. I mean, the heals were good. Everything was good. It was a good fight. I like the Mercy. She did well. That to be me. Yep, and Wales. Wales tried hard. So, go again. I don't know. Is Fortnite up? No, I probably have to wait like another 15, 20 minutes. So, I'm going to go another match.
It's reference to shrooms. So they want $40 worth of weed.
Oops, sorry.
And then everybody wants like different amounts of shrooms. Rosie is saying Nina claims she just wants a gram. And then Mackenzie is saying, bruh, tell her more. Like a gram is, it sounds like she's saying a gram is not going to get you there.
Because I'm going to get it. I'm going to get this queue if I don't leave it and I don't want it. Change, cancel. Yeah, just cancel it. I'm going to piss real quick. I'll be right back. Sorry. Because I know I'll get the queue while I'm out there pissing. I know I will. I'm just going to back out. Is that one open? No, that one's shut. But this one should be shut. Oh, don't drop. There we go. So, lean forward. Oh. Shut the window. There we go. I'm going to scoop the litter box while I listen to this video because I forgot to scoop the litter box today, so that'll take just a minute. I'm sorry, it's just the only thing left in the day that I have to do besides take my pills and go to bed, and I'm gonna scoop the box and I'll be right back.
So Rosie responds, okay, fine. She said like 1.5. Okay, bet. Okay, we're all at Paul's. I'm about to come. Okay, send me Paul's address. I'm on the way. So they send the address. They meet up. They get to Paul's house.
You understand how many felonies they just committed? It's like 11 or something like that. And now, maybe you've never actually caught a charge like this, but I have friends who have caught charges because of stuff like this, and I wouldn't have dealt with them. I would have been like, no. Do not send your address. Don't do it. If I don't know what your address is or where you want me to meet me, then we're not really on the same page. And so you can say where you're meeting, but do not text the address. That is like a definite way to end up in jail. Do not text the address. Don't do that. There's a lot of stuff that you don't do if you've ever been in the dope game. These people haven't been in the dope game. They're looking to catch felonies and fuck up. The girl herself was looking to fuck up. They're fuck ups. They're too young to know better. The cops could have actually prosecuted for this if it wasn't such a terrible tragedy. If it wasn't such a if the boyfriend and the best friend had lived when she crashed them into the wall, I believe they would have faced felony charges for their drug deals when they searched their phones looking for why she crashed into the wall. And they would have been like, you were scoring drugs last night. Here's the text messages. This is 5 felonies going out to 5 different people. And the drug dealer that you were talking about, we busted his ass. That's the police that I know. That's how DPD would have handled it. That's, you know, and so you're fucking stupid. You guys were too stupid to deal with. You're too young. I think the only reason that this is working for them is that the dealer that they're dealing with just happens to be the same age as them. If it had been a more mature dealer, this guy would have done serious time, because there's so much incrimination here on so many different fundamentally disturbing levels. There was real life names, there was real life money, there was amounts listed in 5 or 6 different ways, which is 5 or 6 different felonies. There were so many disturbing things about them trying to score some shrooms that it was just like, I wouldn't deal with these people. And I didn't expect that kind of response out of this video till I saw the text message, and I was like, no, these people are fucking too stupid to deal with or even kind of have a lot of sympathy for.
And like, all we have...
This is not how you conduct drug deals. Even as a young teenager, I wouldn't have done drug deals like that, like how they just did. And that's all I have to say about that.
Once everybody is at Paul's house is what everybody says happens at Paul's house. And Paul is like, I was asleep for most of it. And then at 5:30 a.m., Davion, remember he has the Life 360 app connected to his friends. His app shows him leaving Paul's house. It's Mackenzie driving, Dom in the front passenger seat, Davion in the back. 5 minutes later, the car slams into the building at nearly 100.
So why was she driving? Two able-bodied young 17 to 19-year-old boys. They're in possession. I've lost respect for the boys here, and I will not speak ill of the victims. I'm saying that, like, I don't respect them as much as I used to, or even yesterday. Because if I'm in possession and I'm traveling with my girlfriend and I have my best friend in the car, I'm fucking driving. Do you know what I'm saying? Maybe you guys aren't controlling like that, or sort of like, you know, adamant about how you view something should go. But I am, and I'm not letting that girl drive. It's sexist, but it's actually more about chain of evidence and the driver always gets the worst brunt of whatever charge it is. And if I'm in possession of any fucking drugs, I'm driving. If I have to drive at all, which I don't drive with drugs. I've taken Uber ever since Uber was a thing. It's been 12 years or something like that. I don't drive drugs. Do you understand? I just don't do it. Even to like stuff like concert events or something like that. I don't even do that. Because I just assume that it's a drug bust waiting to happen. I just do. So if I'm getting in a car with my best friend and my girlfriend, this Dom guy, I'm driving. And it's not just that I'm a sexist asshole. I'm also a controlling, manipulative person when my freedom and my future is at stake, because I have a mother that will, she will roast me alive if I fuck up, and when I do fuck up, she does roast me alive, you understand? So I don't like fuck-ups, and I don't do them a lot, and I've had some in my life. I've had like 15 fuck-ups and 28 charges or something like that my whole life. I've had some fuck-ups, but I've never faced felony time. I've never done felony prison longer than 13 days or something like that. And the reason that is the case is I'm always aware of whatever crime I'm committing, exactly what the consequence is, who's going to be liable? Who's the trigger man? Who's the person that has the intent? I like, there's this old saying that possession is 9/10 of the law. But I actually modified that in my own head when I was like 10 years old. And to me, the old cliche, I actually change it when I hear it in my head and I convert it to something else, which is intent. More than possession, I really don't think possession is 9/10 of the law. I believe it's an intent. And what they try to charge you for is proving intent that you wanted to do something. So if you message somebody like this and you say, I want blah, blah, blah grams for blah, blah, blah names, it implies intent to distribute drugs. Either the person that you're talking to is going to distribute drugs, or you are going to distribute drugs. Like, another problem about the cops is they see some loophole and they use it. So let's say they bust you for all those grams of shrooms and stuff that you bought for 2.5 grams, 1.5 grams, 4 grams, and 3.5 grams, or whatever the fuck it was. It was so stupid. Let's say they bust you for that. Their problem is they don't know if you're gonna. You bought 4 or 5 different instances of drugs in your text message. If they find that incriminating evidence, they're like, what's to say that you weren't just gonna sell all that back to somebody else for double the money? That's what the enemy lawyer says. That's what the prosecutor says. They're like, we don't know what you would have done with this. So the worst thing is you might have just distributed it back and sold it again. You not only purchased illegal substances, you might have just sold it again, which makes it even worse. And they make implications like that. They're like, are you a dealer? Are you selling? You were buying personal and, distribution weight in the way that you were buying it. If you list 5 names and 5 different or 5 different amounts, five names and 5 different amounts, you got 5 plaintiffs in a case and 5 fucking felony drug busts. These guys were so fucking dangerous that there's no like sane drug dealer in the world that would have dealt with them, and you can tell from the text message. If a drug dealer responds to a text message like that, the only reason they would ever do it is because they feel safe enough to do it. And maybe that guy was on Signal, but no, he's not. This person, she was not on Signal. Signal will encrypt your text messages, and a lot of drug deals are conducted over Signal. I've done it myself. And Signal's good for changing, for providing address. But there's also a problem with Signal, which is that if the government wants to subpoena them for a murder trial, Signal will give your information to the government. That they can't stop it. Signal is a good company, and they do use it, and I doubt these kids were using it. But I mean, I used to conduct a lot of business on Signal because it feels safer. And one of the things about Signal is the problem is the safety is like this, basically this construct in your head. It's not really the reality, because if they feel that there's something like a murder trial or a rape trial or something like that at stake, they can subpoena Signal like they can subpoena anybody else, and they've got to fucking fork up the information. So these kind of drug deals, you can conduct them like this. It's unwise, and you might face time if you do. But you can conduct business like this over Signal. Now, had they done that, there probably wouldn't be this evidence in the court case. Now, remember, they want to judge this girl for doing drugs and being a hussy, or dressing like a hussy, or whatever the fuck it is. They want to judge this girl because they think she's too... they're thinking... I know what they're thinking. They're thinking affluenza, and the affluenza enabled her to kill her best friend and her boyfriend, and her sheer privilege and her ignorance and how young she is protected her. Oh, I mean, it didn't. They convicted her of murder. But until they convicted her of murder, that was the image that she was pushing. This group of friends, they're fucking dumb. I wouldn't have been friends with them I don't care if they're the popular kids in school. I wouldn't have been friends with these people at a young age. I would have been like, no, you're too dumb and you're too feckless and reckless and you scare me. And I've had to say that to people in my life before. A couple of cocaine addicts that I've met, I was like, you frankly scare me and I don't really want to be around you anymore. I've said that before. Cocaine scares me. Meth and heroin doesn't, but cocaine does. Cocaine scares the fuck out of me for some reason. So, anyways, and so I've had my moments about like people that are just rampantly doing cocaine around me. I'm just like, I don't know. It's not my fucking thing, man. I'm sorry. That comes from a meth addict who is okay with watching 5 or 10 people light up meth pipes in the same room. But cocaine, it's a separate thing. It's a different vibe. It's a different thing. They might be angry or unpredictable. Meth addicts are worse. Don't get me wrong. But cocaine scares me more. And I don't know why I'm talking about this really, but when I look at this girl and her crew, I think what they're not saying is cocaine or something like that. There's some hard drug that they're doing. It might just be fentanyl or something. But I think these kids were on hard drugs, and I think it affected what they were doing. And I think that's what caused her to do what she did. I think she's on drugs. And it boils it down to such a common denominator. It boils it down to such a common denominator that she was just blasted on drugs, even though they said she was sober. She was sober at the time of the car crash, which implies some kind of intent, because normally when you're sober, you don't just speed up to 100 and crash your whole shit into the fucking wall. That's some kind of inexplicable fucking loss. That's some kind of fugue state or something. It's some other explanation. And I'm surprised they pegged her with murder because proving intent, her father was kind of arrogant about proving intent, and he was like, prove it. And because I don't think she did intend to do this. It's crazy, but having watched her personality and her friends and her reality and how dumb and naive she is and how dumb and naive she acts, I don't know if she was intending to do this, and that sucks. You know, the jury came back, they convicted her and ended her life, but I don't see intent here. I see stupid. I see drugged up and stupid. But she was sober when they arrested her, which is such a weird thing for what the car crash was, that I suspect this is some kind of manipulation or background deal or some kind of weird stuff going on. There's some kind of hanky-panky here, and I don't know if we'll ever know what it is, but it's a fucking curious, suspicious case. I don't know how I feel about it. I feel that her intent is not there, so I don't want to prosecute her. They prosecute her and gave her 25 to life. She killed 2 people. It is depraved. It's depraved manslaughter, kind of, because it's like she didn't value their lives enough to hit the brakes, but she was sober. So it's very difficult to prove that she did this, but that's what they did. They were like, you killed them. The lawyer proved that she killed them, which is fucking crazy when you look at it, because if she had killed them, well, I don't know. I don't know what to say about this. This girl was fucking crazy. I think we're looking at insanity here. I think she didn't plan this. It just happened. But how it happened, we did get the correct result, which was, you know, a conviction, but I don't think there's intent here. I think it's an idiot just made a mistake. And it doesn't seem to be on anybody's mind that it might just... I honestly, it reminds me of House MD and Occam's Razor. I think this is an idiot who made a mistake, but I don't see intent here, and I'll just be honest about it. That wouldn't have been a 25 to life charge. That should be 10 years in jail. That's how I feel. You don't do 25 to life for depraved indifference, I think is what they call this. It's like depraved indifference is the charge. Or it might have just been murder. I think they convicted her of murder. They like proved intent. They're like, no breaks, right? They probably were like, no breaks. And the jury's like, yeah, that's right. There is no breaks. Where's the squealing rubber of the brakes before you slam into the wall? The fact that you hit the wall going full speed implies suicide or intent. And the jury probably damn near hung on it because they were like, you know, what do you call this? Is it suicide? Is it murder? And it is a tricky case, but where I'm at now, my definition, where I fall on this is she seems like somebody who could never intend to do something so horrible, but I think she lost control of her actions and her sanity, and I think she did this, which is why she got 25 to life and murder or whatever it is. But I don't see the intent. The intent would be some kind of fight or some kind of problem, and they went through all the text messages and there was fights, but there wasn't fights the day she decided to do this or whatever. A lot of people think that she did this on purpose. I'm struggling with it because I don't see intent here. And she herself acts like that. She's like, I don't think you can prove this. And that's so arrogant that people probably hate her. But the problem is, can you prove intent here? There was no note, no, like how a lawyer would look at it, right? There's no note, there was no threat, there was no, oh, this is over, but we haven't reached it yet, or any conversation like that. It was like they were going to score dope from their friends and then trip on mushrooms and have a hell of a night. It didn't sound like a crash into the wall. The night didn't sound like there was drama going on their text messages. That implies that this was a random occurrence. There is no provable malintent. Like malevolent intent. There is no provable malevolent intent. There's one thing they can prove, absolutely prove, which was that she didn't hit the brakes. There is no rubber between where she hit the wall and when she realized she was going to hit the wall. That's almost murder. It's like almost murder. It's depraved indifference of human life to crash two other souls into a wall at 100 miles an hour and not hit the brakes. And that's where she kind of got lucky. That's what she probably should have faced. But instead, they just hit her with murder, probably saying that their relationship was ending and it was some kind of jealousy thing and it was some kind of control thing, and she acted like she was kind of like not so guilty and it wasn't so good. But I don't know if intent is here, and if the intent isn't there, the case is a lot more complicated and interesting than it even appears at initial glance. Because if you can't prove intent, you can only improve depraved indifference. Depraved indifference is not like a 25 to life charge. It's like 5 years. It's like 5 years. I think the mandatory is like 10, right? So like if it's really, what do they call this, egregious? If it's really an egregious depraved indifference to human life, which is what I think I see here, it's a depraved indifference charge, but that's still only like 5 years because they can't prove intent. That's where the lawyer should have fallen on it, but somehow they slam dunked a murder charge on this. I can't believe I'm saying this, but if I'm the judge on this fucking case, I'm giving this girl 5 years. 5 years, and it sucks. I don't want to say what I'm saying. But I mean, this is the reality as I see it from the law, as I understand it. It's a depraved indifference charge. That carries a max penalty of like 5 years. Because you can't prove intent. That's why it's called depraved indifference. It's like, we can't prove that you wanted to kill this person. We can only prove that you did not value their lives and made actions that prove that you didn't value their lives and they lost their lives. That's what a depraved indifference is. Now, I don't know. We could pull the AI. What sort of time might a criminal face for the charge of depraved indifference of human life? Yeah, this was depraved indifference. That's what she should have been convicted of. If a death occurred, it is 15 to 25 years to life. Never mind, I'm sorry. I thought this was a much lesser charge, actually. But no, depraved indifference murder is 15 to life. I'm completely wrong, and I take my issue with the system away. I thought they were being a little harsh. But no, this is what you get for depraved indifference of human life, and that's what she exhibited. She. It's like running a ship when you're driving a car. She had she had 3 souls on board: her own soul and 2 other souls, and it's exactly like this. That's how a lawyer and a judge is going to look at it. It was a vehicle. It was being manned by somebody. It's almost like a ship. Inside the ship has 3 people, 3 souls. The captain of the ship drove the ship into the rocks and killed everybody on board except for the captain. That's depraved indifference of human life, because it's like you just didn't value their lives enough not to just crash into a wall at 100 miles an hour. That's what they convicted her of too, I think. Actually, what are the convictions in Mackenzie Sharilla's case? Let's go ask the AI that, right? So we'll go ask that. What were the convictions in Mackenzie Sharilla's case? Which is why I asked about depraved indifference. Is that what she got? Oh, Cirilla, I'm sorry, Sharilla. She was not convicted of a depraved indifference charge, as that specific legal phrasing is primarily used in states like New York. Instead, her case took place in Ohio, where she was tried and convicted under Ohio's specific murder and assault statutes. It was 4 counts of murder, 4 counts of felonious assault, 2 counts of aggravated vehicular homicide, 1 count of drug possession, 1 count of possessing criminal tools. Criminal tools is the car itself. It's like a criminal tool when you use the car as a vehicle for homicide. So the car itself ended up probably being like a criminal tool. It's insane. Or she had something else in there. Why did she catch the possessing criminal tools charge? I'm just curious out of posterity. Oh, so was it like a crack pipe? Did she have like a meth or a crack pipe or something? Oh, it was they found, oh no, they found psilocybin mushrooms along with a digital scale. Okay, never mind then. All right. So, never mind. Okay. They found a digi and a psilocy and a sack of mushrooms, and that's depraved. Sorry, that's not depraved, but that's I guess that would be criminal tools. The digi, it's not in my day. This was called, in Denver, Colorado. This is called paraphernalia. And she caught a paraphernalia charge, and that is like a felony, I believe. Actually, it's insane. Depending if you have a digi scale, I believe that's a felony. Or I don't know if it's a felony. It is possessing criminal tools a felony charge? How many felonies were all of these? Was it like 12 felonies? Jeez. Yes, it is a felony charge in Ohio. So she caught 12 felonies. She was convicted on all 12. This lady's fucked. She's gone for life. So one of these charges would have been 15, 20 years. She caught 12 charges. She's done for life. She'll never get out.
A few things to note about this timeline.
I don't know why I'm spinning on this any further. I think I've reached my conclusion with this case, and I think I'm done with it. Her life is over, and the conviction was made, and I don't want to spin on Mackenzie Sharilla anymore. I just wanted to arrive at my own I would have prosecuted one felony charge of depraved indifference and given her 25 to life. One charge. Because the other ones, it's like they're very specific about what you did and what you murdered. But I think it's actually the true charge here would have been depraved indifference. She just showed no care that she had two humans' lives in her hands and she didn't hit the brakes. She just crashed them into the wall. That's the actual charge here, is depraved indifference, I'm fairly sure. So the murder charges seem excessive to me. And I think it should have just been a 25-year charge. And I think she should have been out at the end of the 25 years. But no, they banged her for 12 felonies and got her for everything that they could possibly do and made an example of her so that other kids her age don't do something like this. And that's something the criminal system does. And I don't like that they put their fucking finger on the scales here, because what I see is at most 2 involuntary manslaughters. What I would have convicted for was 1 depraved indifference of human life, because it's kind to her, it's kind to the victims. It is the truth of what she did. And it's not murder, though. We can't really prove murder in that case. I mean, it sucks that she didn't hit the brakes, because you could call that murder. But I mean, you weren't in the car, so you don't know. What you can prove is depraved indifference of human life, which is a 25 to life felony. And I would have only strapped 1 felony on her, and I would have given her 25 fucking years, and I would have let her try for parole after 12 years, and I would have been like, you can have it after 17. And after 17 years, I would have let her out, because she's just a dumbass kid who just turned 18, that caught the adult charges, who was not making the right decisions, who was under the influences of at least drug dealers, if not drugs, and just all this other stuff, and was showing complete lack of judgment and all this other stuff that you see in a careless person, not necessarily a murderer. It looks to me like a careless person. She just did not value their lives enough to even break, because she's just crazy. I think she should have maybe pushed an insanity plea, and I think she probably should have got it. Because it's obvious that she didn't break. It implies that she's got something wrong going up here, as she maybe should be in a state hospital as well. Even as a judge, I would have said the same thing. I would have been like, I don't know. This woman showed the signs of a careless individual, not a murderer. And that implies that she's just not that right up here. And that maybe there's other underlying stuff going on. We have the state hospital take a look at her and get a reading on how sane she might actually be. If she's fucking crazy, she shouldn't have faced 25 years to life and 12 felonies. She might be crazy. She did not hit the brakes. She showed depraved indifference of human life, but she also just wasn't, I don't think, intending for this to happen. I think she's not lying when she says that. So this case boiled out to pretty much the judge put the finger on the fucking scale and gave her 12 life sentences when she's not even really an adult, and she's not really in full capacity of her choice making skills, and she's not thinking the right way, and she's a hormonal teenager, and there was signs of depraved indifference of human life, but there wasn't signs of intent to murder. I guess you could call the lack of breaking an intent to murder, but I think she's such an idiot she might not know how to drive. She's that young. She's 17. She really might not know how to drive. If the friends are saying, I won't get in the car with her, that's an implication that she really might not know how to drive. And if she steps on the fucking gas, she's not thinking about the wall. She's like, what do I do now? What do I do now? And that might be what I see here. It's kind of crazy, but I think she had a what do I do now moment where she just doesn't think to hit the brakes because she's an idiot child. And that's where I fell on this. It's fucking terrible. I can't believe it. I would have given her 25 years and let her walk after 17 because there was depraved indifference of life, but I don't see intent to murder here. I see depraved indifference to life and some kind of psychological insanity. And I fell so differently from the court on this one. But they're the experts. I'm not in the court case. I don't know what she was saying. I don't know what she was doing. I don't know. They know a lot more about her than I do. I don't know. It's tough to say. They obviously came back wanting to point the finger at her. So maybe she's really fucking evil, you know? I don't want to doubt the jury and the judge. Those are the innocent people. So they came back saying 12 life sentences for 12 felonies, 25 to life on almost all of them. Then it's 200 years. You're not getting out. Maybe if you with good Samaritan stuff, you might get 100 years knocked off your charge, but it's still 100 years to do. And it's like you're not getting out of jail. You're in jail for life or murder. And that seems extreme for a dumbass 17-year-old girl. I don't think that's very normal for America. Normally, and I think she was 2 days from her birthday when this happened. Wasn't she? Yeah, she was not 18 years old. Can we even throw a minor in jail for 12 felonies? That they didn't do that to me when I committed like 5 felonies when I was 17, and they only level 1 at me. They level 1. And so it seems kind of harsh to me that they nailed her with 12 charges. It was murder. There's loss of life here, so they have to be very serious for the victims and stuff and the victims' families. But it's also like, I feel that the judge had a finger on the scale here, and this is just another example of how the system fucking sucks. It's like today we heard that the 8 Antifa people who did stage an armed resistance to an ICE facility, they all caught 100-year sentences because of one man's death. And you can see that the judges are in a mood to be hanging judges and put their finger on the scales. And I'm sorry, but Mother Justice is a little bit more graceful and eloquent than that. And I think they're being a little hanging judge here. I don't think this little girl deserved 200 years in jail. I just don't see intent here. I'm sorry, I don't. Intent would have been like something bad. She never said something like something bad's gonna happen. She never warned them or anything like that. She was never like, oh, I don't know what we're gonna do if this doesn't stop or whatever. There's never any language like that indicates that there's some kind of malice. All the conversations indicated that she's incredibly fucking careless, from the incredibly incriminating fucking drug deals that she was conducting to the terrible choices she was making. I see carelessness and an inability to drive. And I'm sorry, I think the court fell on the side of the judge. The judge wanted to hang her, and I'm sure the jury wanted to as well. But I don't think she should have received 200 years in jail. I don't see that kind of depraved, felonious murder here. I think I see an accident, and it fucking sucks, but I think I do see an accident. And what do we say about accidents? We say forgive and forget. We don't say 200 years in jail. I see a very willful, depraved indifference of human life. So give her 25 years and make her serve every day. But that's the only thing I would have convicted her of. All the rest of it is just stuff. It's almost circumstantial evidence. The only reason she faced a felonious criminal tools charge was her paraphernalia. I don't think I would have sought that here. She's a 17-year-old. You can probably be nice about the paraphernalia charge and just not do it. I think there was a hanging judge involved here, because they view her as this liberal gone wild, from her lifestyle to the way she conducted her life and her business, and the fact that she was living off of her boyfriend and wasn't paying any money and all this stuff. I think there was a political right-wing fucking hanging here where they gave her 200 years where 25 would have sufficed. 25 ruins her life. Remember, she's 18 years old. If she's in there for 25 fucking years, 18, then I'm a bleeding heart left-wing liberal. You can hear it in my voice. I don't like how the criminal system brutalizes people. She made a mistake. You can see that it's a mistake. I don't think she meant to kill these people. I think she's just an idiot. And so then, you know, so they give her 25 years to life. So she catches this charge in 26. She's in there until 51. You understand? 51. 26 to 51. It would be 51. And so she's in there for 25 years. She wakes up in 2051 one day, and the 25 years have finally passed, and she's a 40-year-old woman who's got to go work in a Safeway because she's a felon, a murderer, and she's got to live in the halfway house when she gets out. That's good enough for depraved indifference to human life. That's what she should have received. This hanging judge conviction of 12 felonies of murder, it was like somebody spitefully tried to prove that she wanted to kill these boys. I don't see it. I see a truly, profoundly careless child. And that's the last I have to say about it.
A lot of people do think it's odd that they
I'm getting off this case after this video because they convicted her ass. I don't ever have to worry about this again. It's over.
left Paul's house at 5.
The nightmare that she caused is over. I think she caused this. I just don't think she planned it. And to me, I don't think it's possession, which is what they busted her for. I think it's intent is 9/10 of the law. I don't see intent here. So with no intent, I want to reduce the sentence by 9/10 because it's just she was just an idiot who made a mistake. I think that's how I feel about this. I think she's an idiot who made a mistake and killed her best friend and her boyfriend. But I don't think you can prove that she tried to do that. I don't think so. Her life was just as forfeit as theirs. She was just lucky not to die for whatever reason. And she did face like 15 broken bones and all this stuff. And that damage is proof that she just wasn't really planning on this, I don't think. I don't think she was planning to give herself 15 broken bones. I don't see a suicidal girl. I've never met a girl like this who's suicidal. This girl was not suicidal. I don't think she's suicidal in jail even. I hope not anyways, because it's kind of weird. So sort of like, so there was no intent for murder here. The charge should have been 9/10 of what it was. They wanted to give her 200 years. I say give her 9/10 of that. I'm sorry, 1/10 of that. Excuse me. Give her, because the intent's not there. And intent is like 9/10 of the law. She didn't have intent, so 9/10 of that sentence should have been reduced if it was a good judge and a good jury. And I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself, but I mean it took me a while to understand what I was trying to say. And I haven't passed the bar. I'm not a fucking lawyer. I don't know if I'm right. But that's how I would have conducted this case if I was a prosecutor. That's what I would have been happy to take. I wouldn't have been happy to take a murder charge here. I can't prove it. But they did. They put a finger on her scale of justice. And they gave her 200 years for like 8 murder counts. It's 2 people. I mean, she caught 8 murder counts, but it's 2 people. You understand why I feel the way that I do? You hear the numbers. They gave her 8 murder charges and 4 felonious possession of criminal tool charges and stuff, and all in possession. And yeah, those are 4 felonies too. So they busted her for 12 felonies, but she only killed 2 people. I mean, if she did kill them, it was still only 2 people. That's 2 felonies. That's not 12 felonies. Where do you get 12 from? The possession charges, they make sense. You can tack on 4. But I never would have given her more than 6 charges. There's 6 charges that I see here. There's one charge for depraved indifference of human life to her boyfriend. Another charge for depraved indifference of human life to her fucking best friend. There's the criminal possession tools charge. They are right to do that to her. It's crazy. That digi-scale implies that she's a drug dealer, and it is a paraphernalia charge, and it is a felony. So that's 3. Then there's... What else did they attack her for? Possession, that's 4. And then, yeah, she got something else, but I don't remember what it is. But that's like 5. I think by rights, like a good system that can sleep at night, maybe could have tacked on 5 felonies here. They hit her with 12. And I suddenly think that maybe the judge might be more of a felon than her. I'm sorry, but that's where my mind goes. I think, is the judge in this case corrupt? Because I come back in my own mind, at max, I see 5 murder charges. Well, sorry, at max, I see 2 murder charges and 3 felony possession of criminal tool charges. It's 5 felonies at best and 2 murders. It's not fucking 12 felonies. That's hanging judge stuff. I don't like how the case ended. I don't like how we fell on this, and I don't like the end of the story, and now I never want to hear about this story ever again, unfortunately. So we're off it. We're off this now. Let's listen to the next one. I'm gonna finish scooping the box.
Bada bing, bada boo.
The
Then I'll play
Santo
Fortnite.
Expedito prison in Brazil is often called the real dungeons. There are some reports that 20 plus prisoners are shoved into one singular cell. Most of them are left to sleep on the floor, waiting to be left out maybe once a day, for 30 minutes a day if they're lucky. The rest of the days, they're left to sit on this sticky, rat-infested, cockroach upside down, sticking to the cement floors of the prison. It would take sometimes weeks for prisoners to even get a fresh hit of air to their nostrils. Fresh air. BBC investigators go to interview someone from that very prison. They're outside, waiting in the permitted area where they've set up all these cameras. And there she comes. She's coming out. Out walks this thin, tall, blonde woman. She used to be a model in New York. She was rumored to have been dating Leonardo DiCaprio at one point. Her ex-husband is a crypto millionaire. What the hell is she doing in this prison in Brazil? The reporters ask her, "What are you doing here?" And she scoffs. They're saying that she is a danger to society because she can change people's minds with her words. She can, turn their brains around. Well, can you? Can I? You tell me. Can I? I hope I can. She claims that she has been unjustly placed into this prison with real criminals. She does not belong here. This is an injustice. But when she gets up at the end of the interview, she looks at the 2 interviewers from the BBC and says, "Later you will find out whether I have power or not." I'm sorry, what? Is that a threat? She smiles. "I don't like this one," and walks off.
Wait, what do you mean?
She tells one of the interviewers, "You're going to find out if I have real powers or not." And they're like, "Did you just threaten us? Like, we have this on camera. Are you threatening us right now?" She says, "I don't like this one." And she points at one of the interviewers, the one that was asking the harder questions. And she walks off. Did she seriously just threaten BBC reporters? Why is this woman being called the female Andrew Tate? And how did she get away with human trafficking and slavery charges for so long, earning millions of dollars every single month? And is it really true that she can talk to aliens? This is the case of Kat Torres, Brazilian model and influencer turned human trafficker. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the Know Me Network. This international nonprofit provides life-changing opportunities, connections to safer employment, and resources for survivors. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. Today's case has mentions of SA trafficking. The perpetrator of today's case also has various mental health diagnoses, but to be very clear, in an effort to destigmatize such diagnoses does not make someone inherently violent, nor is today's case a reliable representation of mental health or hallucinogens. We're gonna get there. We had 2 books translated for the source material for this case. One was written by the perpetrator before she committed the crimes, and one was written by one of the victims. The victim was brave enough to share very in-depth details on the trauma that she endured while essentially being held hostage, and specific details of what she had to go through whilst being trafficked. All the very specific quotes, situations are attributed to the original source material, the victim's own book called Searching Desiree. I highly recommend you read it if possible. She does an incredible job at highlighting the process of how she was groomed by this famous influencer and ultimately victimized.
Is the book in English or?
It's in Portuguese.
Oh.
But it is remarkably insightful. So with that being said, let's get started. There is one sentiment in the world of high-end date arrangements. The higher the cost of the appointment, the stranger the request. One of Chanel's clients was willing to pay $3,000 for the hour. He worked for this major airline company. He takes her to the airport and opens the door to one of the airline's administration offices inside the airport. And she's terrified, but she does as she's told. He's got this big duffel bag with him. What the hell is in that? She scrunches her eyebrows and he unzips it, pulls out a flight attendant uniform. Can you wear this? She says, long story short, she fulfilled all of his sick fantasies that night. It was alarming. But not as alarming as, or well, weird as the party that she was invited to. I mean, on paper, the deal made sense. $24,000 for the night. There's going to be 11 clients and Chanel would be hired along with another, another woman. Chanel goes thinking it's a bachelor party or a birthday celebration, retirement, I don't know, who knows? She shows up, it's a family. 4 uncles, 3 cousins, 2 brother-in-laws, and 2 brothers. The 2 women, they danced for the 11 family members, men. Eventually, they're taken into separate bedrooms upstairs, and the 11 family members were just going from one room to another, skipping, hopping between the 2 women. They're getting paid for the job. They consented, but it was definitely alarming nonetheless. Not a great night. But Chanel was taught very early on, just go into a trance, disassociate from what is happening and power through. It's not great advice, but it's working, at least temporarily. But one of the more lucrative parties that you can be invited to and be hired to be a part of are bachelor parties, which is very depressing. Men are typically younger and they're all acting like there's some sort of dooming apocalypse happening, like it's going to be the last night of their lives. But it does bring in the money, to the point where the dancers at the gentlemen's club, they would often break out into literal fights to be requested by the bachelor parties that are coming in. This particular one was not at the club. Chanel was hired on this big yacht to have fun with this new bachelor and all of his friends. And she says that she was mainly focused on the groom. He had asked her to be exclusive for the night, which means that, how much does she charge? Chanel's looking around. She's like, well, I got some targets I have to hit this month. She does some calculations and says, you know what? I'm going to ask for 5 times the normal rate of what I normally charge, which is already $10,000 an hour. So let's just see what happens. Without hesitation, he instantly transfers the money and the 2 of them go into the master suite of the yacht. And after spending hours together, he decides to go back to his friends at the party upstairs on the deck of the yacht while Chanel showers. And as she's freshening up, ready to go back to work upstairs, she checks her phone and there's a bunch of missed calls.
Wait, how much did he transfer her?
Like 50.
Oh.
Before she can call the missed caller back, she gets another ring from the same number. Hello? You've been exposed. You're all over the media. What? Chanel said that she could feel the blood drain completely from her face. She's feeling nauseous, dizzy. She feels like she needs to sit down. What do you mean? Don't worry. I have a plan. Everything is under control. How do you have everything under control if it's already out to the media? I need you to listen to me. Leave the bachelor party immediately. Do you hear me, Desiree? Desiree, she says, hearing her real name snapped something in her. It brought her back to reality. She was no longer Chanel, the one that gets hired for bachelor parties. She's back to being Desiree, and she feels like she's about to be sick. Her phone starts ringing nonstop, unknown caller, probably mainstream media news outlets, the media, family, friends, I don't know. She's been exposed. And then a text message from the same person that she was just on the phone with. Destroy your SIM card and buy a new one. Leave the party immediately. That text message is from Kat Torres, a Brazilian Instagrammer with over 1 million followers.
Wow.
Why was a random influencer calling Desiree and telling her what to do? And why is Desiree listening to every single command that this influencer gives? When Kat sits down to write her book, She knows it's not going to be easy. She's like, this is going to be very rough. My whole life story in what, 200-300 pages? How do I even summarize my life? But she did not know that there's these forces working against her. She said she was writing one of the most important parts of her book about the time that she had a paranormal experience. She was editing, rewording, writing all night long. And when she woke up, 40 pages of her manuscript were just missing, gone. Kat has never had this happen before. It's not like she fell asleep on her computer. It's not like she had a broken down old laptop. It is clear to Kat that whatever is happening is a supernatural higher power that does not want her to share her story. She even shares this in the book. She says this is something that she's used to because she's always been like this. Ever since she was little, she knew she was different. She heard voices. Well, it was mainly like one. She calls it The Voice, which is also the title of her book, The Voice. Not the singing show, but just The Voice. She would have deep conversations with The Voice ever since she was young. At first, she thought it was the cat talking to her. She's like, are you talking to me? My cat is talking to me? Do you know how rich I would be if I could prove that my cat can talk to me? But it wasn't the cat. It's like she's meant to be this medium. The spirits are talking to her, and they've always been talking to her. Even the last words of her book read, book written by Kat Torres and The Voice. Praise be. During a talk show, Kat tells the host about her book and everything that she's been through. I can read minds. And honestly, everyone could read minds if they truly wanted to. I can look at the audience right now and I can see what everyone is thinking. The host turns to her. Then what am I thinking right now? I don't know. I would really need to concentrate. I would need to tune into your vibrations first to be able to read your thoughts. By the way, I can talk to aliens. And what do the aliens tell you? Oh, it's nothing from this world. Since I was 8 years old, God gave me this energy and this voice. Kat Torres is absolutely unhinged. I'm just gonna start with that. But she was also never meant to be rich. That's what people told her. They said, you're never gonna be rich. She grew up very, very impoverished in Brazil. Her dad was an alcoholic who would say things like, women are born to clean and cook, and they should be grateful that the world is even putting up with them. Her mom was never present. She was more focused on her marital troubles. Kat had this older sister who really never cared to suffer together. Sometimes everybody in the house would leave for days. There's nothing in the fridge. There's no food, no money. Kat has to fend for herself, and her sister would come back days later with snacks. Kat is not allowed to eat any of them because they're her sister's snacks that her sister bought with her own money, and she refuses to give Kat even a singular bite as she's just starving. In this house, it's every man for themselves. Kat turns this into sheer willpower and confidence. She learns to think, I pity whoever is going to get in my way. She said she was a very angry kid growing up. She just kept thinking, people are like puppets, you know? Stupid. You just need to know how to give the right commands and manipulate them the right way. That's it. Once you do that, you can do anything, which she does. By the time that Kat is of age, she moves to Miami, signs with Elite Model Management, which has signed really big models such as Kendall Jenner. Kat does end up booking some modeling jobs. Her biggest ones were L'Oreal, Calvin Klein, Vogue Brazil, American Express.
I'm so hungry. I'm gonna make some corn. I'll be right back.
But they're the really small projects. Her face was not even on every single Calvin Klein poster in the mall nationally or even regionally. Just regular small work here and there. The bulk of her modeling involves either lingerie or swimwear, and Kat hates modeling. She lived in Miami, moves to New York. It's just depressing. She says the city is depressing. There are no real friends in the city. Everybody is cutthroat, everyone for themselves. It reminds her of her childhood, and she hates it. Kat says that there were predatory men in the industry who would threaten to ruin her whole life if she did not act or perform in the way that they wanted, which I don't doubt. But after modeling, Kat decides maybe acting is a lot more lucrative, and maybe I'm more clothed when I'm an actress. She does briefly attend the Susan Batson studio to try her hand at acting. It's a very interesting place. It's an acting coaching studio. It's said that Nicole Kidman, Tom Cruise, Oprah Winfrey, they've all been trained there. There's a lot of famous actors that study and adopt for their roles. Her method revolves around 3 core elements. If you're going to play the role of a character for a movie, TV show, a play, doesn't matter. You need 3 core elements for this character. You need to have a need. What does your character need in life? A public persona. What does your character want to be perceived as by other characters? And then a singular, at least one tragic flaw of your character. What is your character's deepest needs and desires? What is their public persona that they want to be perceived as by others? And what is their tragic flaw? It's believed that the interplay and the conflict between the 3 different elements is what makes a great character feel well developed.
That's so deep.
Yeah, I found this comment on Reddit, so please take this with some salt. But they say, I took a class with a couple that studied there at the studio. Apparently, one of the classes takes place with everybody just completely naked. One of the guys was actually an incredible actor, though. The other one was like a pretty model type who is pretty bad at acting.
You know what's so interesting? Like, whatever you just said, those 3 pointers, I feel like we can even think about ourselves.
Oh, yeah. What is my one tragic flaw?
And that will also kind of explain how we interact with the world, doesn't it?
That's true.
Because you're acting that character, but
it's still a real fleshed out human being.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay, now I'm just having like a therapy session in my mind. So with no respect at all, I think that Kat Torres falls into the latter category. Pretty model type who's pretty bad at acting. But don't let me be the judge. Kat Torres does not book many acting roles. She's not known for being an Oscar-winning actress. She's known for being a human trafficker. I'll get there. Her greatest work was, you know the movie Fast and the Furious? She was an extra in one of the music videos to one of the soundtrack songs for the show. Not even like the main ones. Just like a
movie.
Oh, so
side.
she's not in the movie.
No, she's just an extra in a music video that was on the soundtrack album for the movie. Yeah, it's complicated. The song is a really good song. It's not one of the more recognizable ones. It's called Angel by Prince Royce. It's good, but she's just kind of in the background. She does, however, do interviews where she talks about how she wants to win an Oscar one day. And she spoke about this future project that she had coming up. She was working with one of her close Brazilian filmmaker friends about a Russian girl who was kidnapped. She's going to be playing the Russian girl. She says she kind of looks Russian, right? She says the movie is supposed to raise awareness to the global problem of human trafficking, which is a level of irony that my brain was having a very hard time computing. She mentions this in the interview, and her Brazilian filmmaker friend, his phone is blowing up. Everybody's congratulating him. Oh my God, you got the green light on the film. Congratulations. Why didn't you tell us? He's so confused what's happening. He reaches out to Kat because, yes, this was a very real idea that he had, but nothing was set in stone. Nothing was concrete. He didn't even cast Kat, nor is he doing the project. That's like if you told a random friend that you wanted to open up a farm one day. That'd be kind of nice. 2 years later, you click on their Instagram live and they're talking about how they're going to be the CEO to your chicken coop. And you're like, what is happening? What are you talking about? He tries to text Kat. She refuses to respond. Nothing ever comes of that. But this is all in the past, okay? This is pre-marriage Kat. She is a new woman now because she is married to American Colborne Bell, which is honestly the most American name.
American what?
Colborne Bell. That's his name. And it's like the most American name I've ever heard in my life. She gets married and the two had met in the Hollywood Hills at a Nepo baby's home. That's how he's described. He's apparently the son of one of the biggest musicians in Hollywood. He's much, much older. He's won 20 Grammys, this artist. And this is his son, who I don't know if he has any accolades of his own, but it's at his house that Kat Torres meets Colborne. She's hosting an ayahuasca session. Ayahuasca is a tea containing a plant mixture. It contains a natural hallucinogen that's known as DMT. So you take it, and it's reported to taste pretty nasty. It's got a thick, molasses-like texture. One person describes it like drinking motor oil diluted with a splash of water. It's disgusting, but it's not about the taste. It is about spiritual enlightenment. A lot of people will take ayahuasca to reach their inner selves, to hallucinate and purge their darkest thoughts. It's actually been used for thousands of years. In South American countries, mostly for religious and spiritual context, it's considered a medicine. But of course, because a bunch of Americans are taking it. A bunch of other Americans have gone down into South America to open up resorts, inviting people from America to come join this curated ceremony or journey where you come and get therapy in the form of a hallucinogen. And it's recommended that you don't go to an American-run resort. If you really want to try ayahuasca, you want to go to the people who have been practicing it for thousands of years because, yeah, there's been a lot of situations with the American-run resorts of SA accusations, allegations of really unsafe, dangerous practices. But one person who says that they've taken it said, ayahuasca dissolved the wall between myself and the world. I was staring into what I could only describe as the world's most honest mirror. It's like a horror show, but it was impossible to look away. I saw what I needed to see. When I was ready to see it, ayahuasca exposes the gap between who you think you are and who you actually are. The pain of seeing that gap for the first time was practically unbearable. Some studies have shown that it activates repressed memories that allow people to come into a new understanding of their past. It helps others work through memories of traumatic events, which, some people think it could be a drug that could help with depression and PTSD. But like any hallucinogen, I would be very wary. I think I'm self-aware enough to know that my brain is super easy to break. I don't think that I would ever be participating. One person who really loved the experience says, I saw 40 to 50 snakes coming out of someone's mouth and going into my mouth. I'm just saying, that would break my brain. And then the purge hits. You vomit, diarrhea, cry, laugh for 12 hours straight. They say that you're crying and vomiting out all the negativity in your life, the stress, anxiety, fears, regret, self-loathing. It's physically coming out of your body. You're purging it. He also states that he saw himself floating in his mother's womb, just suspended in flesh and fluids. And this was his way of seeing how his own mother's pain and confusion of raising a child for the first time must have been so difficult. He writes, then the scene shifts and I'm floating in what I assume is kind of a primordial soup. I think I'm a vibrating particle now, and string theory suddenly makes sense in a way that I could never explain. People say that a single ayahuasca trip is like a decade of therapy packed into one singular night, and that's probably an overstatement, but it's not wrong. For nights, I feel like I got a lifetime worth of anger and bitterness out of me. He continues, ayahuasca is the best and worst thing I've ever done. I spent a week staring down all my bullshit and all my insecurities, and it was totally liberating. But it was also terrifying, not something I want or need to see ever again. A question worth asking yourself is, if you looked into the world's most honest mirror, what would you see? And do you even really want to see it? Kat and the group are seemingly not doing it for religious purposes in a mansion in the Hollywood Hills. They're just doing it for the vibes. Their sessions would typically take place Saturday night, go all the way up until Sunday midday or even Sunday night. They would sit there in the mansion in the Hollywood Hills singing songs, and that's where Colburn and Kat start their relationship. Colburn Bell, if you look him up, he's mainly known for being one of the early crypto traders in the US. They met at ayahuasca ceremony in the Hollywood Hills, and during this time, Kat is going through a life cleanse. She's not having intimate relations with anyone. She's on a sexual cleanse. She just wants to reset her life. But when Colburn comes into her life, she jumps at the chance and she asks him out to dinner. And Colburn says, at first I was really hesitant because I wasn't ready to settle down into a serious relationship. I had concerns that I couldn't be at the level of commitment that Kat needed. But he also felt really bad because Kat would tell him about how she was essayed as a kid. Her parents would leave her starving at home, fending for herself. She never knew when her next meal was going to be. Then modeling was rough, and she just tells Colburn that she wants to settle down. She wants stability in her life. Modeling was so traumatic. These modeling agencies, she says, are just all fronts for work, selling beautiful women to ultra-wealthy clients, and she doesn't want this life anymore. And it's kind of tugging at him because, okay, maybe he can settle down too. The two get married within 6 months of meeting. And when they initially get married, Colburn says, I was not wealthy when we initially got married. So this is before he acquires a lot of his crypto assets. But somehow, Kat is posting on social media every single day, all these expensive things, Gucci bags, Prada bags, Balenciaga bags. He had no idea where she was getting this money. because it's definitely not from him, at least not in the beginning. The whole marriage itself actually is very odd. One would assume that one of the main reasons he wanted to marry Kat was because he thought she wanted to settle down, because that's what she said. But after they get married, she's obsessed with social media. She is so good at manipulating reality. That is what Colburn says. Sometimes she would go to a 5-star hotel, walk in there, ask to see the presidential suite because she works for a very wealthy couple who wanted her to take some pictures of the suite just to make sure it's to their liking before they book it for a month. She goes up there, she's taken a bunch of pictures, then she posts it on Instagram as if she had paid $50,000 a night and just woke up in the suite to this beautiful view. Good morning. Waking up to this view of Central Park in the presidential suite of the Plaza Hotel is a memory that I will forever cherish. Along those lines. She would stay up all night reading through all of her comments. She would freak out over the smallest remarks people would leave. And Kat was even a very famous meme at one point. The meme is a picture of Kat staring into the abyss. Her hair is messy. She looks like she's about to start crying. She looks like she's had a rough day. Her eyes are empty. This meme was very big in Brazil. It would be like when you want to go home, but your boss asks you if you have 15 minutes real quick. What's fascinating, and a lot of people don't know this, but Kat is the one behind those memes. She would sit there and make 15 memes of herself every single day. She would take a picture of herself and study all the current trending jokes, and she would add a funny caption, and she would spend the entire day creating 15 memes.
Being fake. It must suck so bad.
And sure enough, they go viral.
Look how much work it is.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is
crazy.
So she's clever. She knows, like, she just gotta get her face out there.
Yeah.
Become famous.
Yeah. Colburn says Kat was always doing something. Between her meme making machine, tea ceremonies, acting classes, she would sleep maybe 2 to 4 hours every night. She barely slept. That mixed with the ayahuasca was probably not a great idea. It just, Kat says, because she's a medium, it's a little bit different for her because she heard voices ever since she was a kid. She would take ayahuasca more frequently than most people. Yeah. Some people take ayahuasca once in their life and they're like, I'm never going to do that again. It was a great experience.
That's how Datura is. That's how mescaline is. That's how fucking microdots are. I did microdots 3 times and I was just like, I'm never doing this again. Gel tabs are like that. You ever had gel tabs? Gel tabs are fucking terrifying. The drug dealer shows up and they open up a tin foil and they're like, look at this. And in there's some jellies. It's like just a little bit of jelly material. And they look like dry Jello, but they're like as thin as a hit of blotter acid. They're not very thick. They're just like, little square of gel. But they're like one of the strongest substances known to man. Gel tabs. They're like it's basically pure acid. It's better than blotter. Blotter soaks into paper, and the paper does have acid in it. But gel tabs are concentrated acid. One time I took 7 gel tabs. Let's go ask the AI how bad that is. So when I was like, I don't know, 19 years old, I took 7 gel tabs of acid. And I'm wondering how bad 7 gel tabs of acid all at once is. Does that make you legally insane or whatever? It's an incredibly massive, intense dose, but that does not make you legally insane, right? It's like what happens during the extreme dose. No, it's not directly neurotoxic. Okay, has a very high therapeutic index. This means it's not directly toxic to your organs in the way to do alcohol and that can even high doses. Okay. Oh, good. Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, did I don't believe I've faced signs of long-term damage, and I had acid flashbacks for a while and trails. I forget what they call that. There's like there's a condition where you did too much acid and now you're like perma-trip. I'm not perma-tripped, but I did used to have flashbacks and trails. And I think 7 gel tabs did that to me. Yep, hallucinogen persisting perception disorder. One day I was driving and I cracked my back and I was sober. I hadn't done drugs in months, I don't think, actually. And I was completely sober and I cracked my back and then I had an acid trip. It was like my world went dark green, kind of beige, dark green, and stripy. My whole vision went stripy and beige green. And I had to pull over and I had a freak out for like an hour and a half and I sat in my car. And then I had to drive home, which was terrifying with like beige vision, but I did it. And then eventually it wore off, and that was the last time I ever had an acid flashback. That was, I think, when I was like 22, I think. I remember feeling like I had done nitrous because everything was slow and everything had kind of like a slowed down. Yeah. And I never did anymore. Yeah, and I never did another hallucinogen after that. I don't think I ever did ever again. I've done tons of acid and tons of shrooms and gel tabs and micro dots. I did micro dots like 3 times or something like that. And I realized that after I had that acid flashback, I was just like, I don't think I need substances anymore. I think I had the capability to get myself high, you know? You know, I never thought about that. Yeah, my brain caused me to have like a 90-minute trip of beige green stripes, which I assume was like lack of oxygen to my brain or something. I don't know what caused it. And it felt like I was on nitrous and it made everything have like kind of a bass drone to it. And I had like an episode there for like 90 minutes in the car when it was pretty bad. And I was like, if this is the cost for doing psychedelics, then I don't want to pay it. Because I never dreamed that it would just jump out at me like that in the middle of my day. There was no warning or anything like that. I got so scared afterwards. I was like, is this what doing a lot of, psychedelics does to you? You just go into the acid realm for 2 hours, no warning. Yeah. And I felt, Andrew Callahan, he's a sex pest, but he did a video about HPPD, and it kind of raised my awareness about it because I believe I did suffer it there for about 15 years, but I've not had anything like that since I was like 28. I'm 40 some odd years old now. It's been 15 years since I've had what I would call an acid flashback or anything like that. And I stopped doing psychedelics when I was 27 or something like that. I was just like, I am not mentally balanced enough to have a bad trip anymore. I'm still that way. It's been 15 years and I still feel like that I'm not mentally sound enough to experience another bad trip in my life. Because bad trips, they ruin my life. I lost a girlfriend once during a bad trip, believe it or not. Yeah, bad trips for me, like, okay, when I took the 7 gel tabs, I remember what happened. I was 19 years old and I was scared. I'm sorry, no, I was younger. I was 17. I'm sorry, I was still in high school, so I would have been 17, I think. And I didn't tell my girlfriend that I had taken 7 gel tabs, and I didn't tell my band. I just took them and I was like, I'm going to trip by myself. And I wanted to see what that was like. And then all night, I heard the phone ring, but I was trying to hide the fact that I was up all night from my mother, who was sleeping upstairs. And I was trying to hide the fact that I was tripping from my girlfriend, who I felt like I had a psychic connection to at the time. And she did stay up all night. My girlfriend stayed up all night that night, and she couldn't sleep. And I did send like psychic signals to her or something like that. So around 1:15 in the morning until 5:45 or something like that, I imagined that the phone was ringing, but the phone wasn't ringing, and I thought it was my mother calling to yell at me and bust me for being high on drugs, or I thought it was my girlfriend calling me to break up with me because I had tripped without asking her if she wanted to do it with me, and I just done it by myself. And so then I sat there and I had the worst hallucination bad trip I've ever had in my life, which was like listening to the phone ring for 3.5 hours and feeling feelings of fear and deep feelings of like just fear. It wasn't even loathing, it was just fear. And like I felt fear that my girlfriend was going to break up with me. I felt fear that my mother was going to kick me out of her house when she found out that I just tripped balls on acid all night in the middle of a school night, and no warning, no nothing at all. I just didn't warn my girlfriend. I didn't tell my mother. I didn't tell my friends. I just took 7 gel tabs by myself when I was like 17. And so then after 3.5 hours, I couldn't handle the fact that the phone was ringing anymore. And the phone ringing that late at night would have been my mother calling to yell at me that she was busting me. But the phone wasn't ringing. I knew it wasn't because it just kept going for 5 hours. And that's the worst trip I've ever had. It was the phone rang for 5 hours, but it wasn't ringing. I was just imagining that it was ringing. And the phone was the whole world busting me for eating 7 gel tabs and not telling them that I did it. And I was sneaking around like some little sneaky druggie and who has problems and is trying to hide it from the world or something, even though it's acid or whatever. And so then at 5, and I remember what day, I don't remember what day it was, but I remember what happened. I got in my Mazda and I drove to my girlfriend's house in the middle of a school day. I think this was like a Wednesday or a Thursday, something like that. And I drove to my girlfriend's house and I waited for a phone call at like 6:45 in the morning. And I listened to Howard Stern interviewed the singer of Three Dog Night. And the singer of Three Dog Night talked about having buildings that he bought, and then he would sell the buildings for drugs to his drug dealer, and he would crash his cars on heroin into like ditches and stuff like this. And I remember thinking, and then I remember a story he told about how he had sex for 24 hours straight, so much that his penis became chafed to the point where he couldn't have sex anymore. And the girls just kept coming into his life and begging them to fuck them. And I listened to that interview when I was on 7 gel tabs, and it took like 2.5 hours for the interview to go out over the air until, I don't know, 5:45 in the morning. Then I called my girlfriend at like 6:15 in the morning, which was really weird because she wasn't even due at school until 8 o'clock. I called my girlfriend at 6:15 and I was like, I'm outside your house and I took acid last night and I didn't tell you. And I'm having a bad trip where the phone started ringing at like 1:15 in the morning, and it rang until I left the house at 5:45 in the morning or something like that to come pick up you. And I'm here to tell you that I broke, I like kind of broke the rules, and I took 7 gel tabs without permission, and I didn't warn you, and I didn't tell you I was going to do it. And she was like, I think you might have a problem with drugs. You seem to be hiding it. And I was like, yeah. And she didn't break up with me that day, but it was kind of like, it was the start towards the end of the road. And that ever since then, I haven't touched psychedelics since that night. The 7 gel tabs were the last time I ever did a psychedelic. I've done the Datura, and I've gone on like 48-hour deliriums. I've been on microdots and mescaline and fucking. I mean, I was into peyote. I've done peyote like 5 times. I mean, I don't know, like I've done microdots 3 times or something like that. I have a lot of history with psychedelics, but there was this point where when the phone wouldn't stop ringing in my head, even though the phone wasn't ringing at all. And I didn't really communicate what I was trying to say there. It was like the phone was ringing, and I thought it might be the cops trying to bust me, or my mother trying to kick me out of her house, or my girlfriend trying to break up with me. And I thought the phone was ringing all night, and I couldn't bring myself to answer it because I was so delirious on 7 fucking gel tabs that I couldn't actually answer the phone. That powerlessness led me to believe that psychedelics weren't worth it, that you were essentially a victim of the circumstance of how strong the drug is, and you don't really have any say in what happens. Like, I did not want 5 hours of the phone ringing where the paranoid thought was, this is either a police officer calling to arrest me for being high, or my mother calling to tell me she was kicking me out of the house for being high on acid, and me just losing my life and my band and stuff, or my girlfriend calling to end the first relationship I had ever had. And that fear, it made psychedelics so bad for me when I was unable to answer the phone for 5 hours and admit that I had made a mistake and I'd gotten into something without warning anybody first. I tried to be a pioneer essentially, and I just ran out ahead, and I took 7 gel tabs by myself, and I just tried to see what would happen. And I didn't warn anybody first. It was like I was trying to be a pioneer or something, trying to cut a new path, and I think it fried my brain. I think my temperature was I think my temperature was like 103 for 5 hours. And I really do believe that. I was sweating bullets. And I think my internal temperature was something like 103 for 5 hours. And I think it fried my brain. Yeah, it's a true story. You can tell I didn't come up with this, you know. This isn't me making it up. This actually happened to me. No, I have a good brain, but I think I damaged my memory processes would be my guess. But I don't think I fried my brain, no. It was the worst night of my life, I think. I mean, I can't think of anything more scary in my whole life. Oh, yeah, when I was 17, I brought my dealer Vance to a party that was for my girlfriend's birthday, which was also coincidentally Valentine's Day. And that was the worst night. And they were throwing a rave at my friend Rachel's house, and there was like 200 people coming, and it was like a rave. There was a DJ, and there was line dancing, and there was kids dancing all night and stuff. It was a full-blown underground rave that they threw for my ex-girlfriend's birthday, on her birthday. And I brought my acid dealer, who was an Asian mod from G Dubs, which is the high school that I went to. And he had good liquid acid. He had a whole vial of good liquid acid, and he warned me. He was like, "This is the strongest liquid acid in the city." And he was like, "Your friends don't seem to believe me when I say that." That's what he said to me. He was like, "Your friends don't seem to believe me when I say that." And I was like, "Yeah, I don't get why they're buying your entire vial." Like, he was like, "I have sold like $107 hits of acid." And he was like, "I've made $700 in like half an hour." And I was like, "Yeah, they really seem to not believe that it's real acid." And I didn't understand that, because I was like, I know everything you've ever sold me is 100% perfect. You know, it always works. And I kept telling my girlfriend and her friends, I was like, "This is the strongest acid in the city." And they didn't think that some kid from G Dubs could come up with a real acid dealer. They were the raver kids from the art school, and I was just in a public school at that point, because I had been expelled in my junior year. And my senior year I went to G Dubs, and they didn't think I could bring a real acid dealer. And so then that was the worst night of my life, because like 200 people, they all bought like between 3 and 10 hits of acid from my friend. And I think they did this because they intended to kick my ass and end my relationship with my girlfriend, because I didn't go to her school, and all these other men wanted my girlfriend. It was insane. Oh, some of them told me. Some of them are my friends still who told me this. They were like, "We were after your girlfriend." It was just insane. And I was like, "Okay." And I brought my acid dealer because they couldn't find anybody. They were like, "We can't find a hook for this party that's supposed to last all weekend." And I was like, "Well, I know a good acid dealer, but you have to take it seriously. You can only buy like 2 or 3 hits from him, because you'll be wasted all weekend." And they were like, I remember when I told them this, they were like, "Yeah, right." I remember the response. They were like, "Yeah, right." That's what Rachel said. She was like, "Yeah, right." That's what my girlfriend said. She was like, "Yeah, right." They were too jaded or something. They just didn't think possibly that I could have a good drug dealer. So they bought like the entire vial from him, thinking that they would accuse me of selling them bunk acid and then kick my ass and force my relationship to end. But instead, like 200 people tripped balls for like 72 hours.